Good afternoon and welcome to a City Council meeting for Tuesday, July 23rd. I would first start off with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodick.
Present.
Acting Mayor Campbell.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Here.
Mayor Higgin.
Present.
Councillor Parker. Here. Councillor Palladino. Here. Councillor Croson.
Here.
And finally, Councillor Middleton Hope. Present. So, quorum is established. Meeting can progress.
Thank you. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we're gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting the cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge offers respect to the Métis and all who have lived on this land and make Lethbridge their home. We'll start off with our recognitions, and if we can start off to my far right, Councillor Middleton Hope.
Nothing this week, thanks.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I do have a few things. One, we know that with our change in committees that the CWSS has stepped down. And there are a few people who've spent as much as 4 years working on that committee, who I just want to make sure that people realize the amount of volunteer work they put in and to give them a thank you. So thank you to Ellen Friesen, Anna Marinick Griffin, Chelsea DeGroot, Cindy Bester, Debbie Deek, Dennis Chinner, Elaine Crichton, Jackie Zalazak, Jeff Cove, Jen Tribble, Johanna Pritchard, John Doan, Ken Hissick, Ken Sampson, Mackenzie Nickel, Mike Nightingale, Sam Many Grey Horses, Sharon Yanicki, Toby McCrae, and Trina Tello. So just a thank you for all of those. I also went on a few tours and events last week. The Research Centre open house was phenomenal. Any of the people I talked to, I suggested that they should reach out to council because I think it would be well worth ourselves going there on a tour. Some great work being done there. I also want to reach out and say thanks to Jennifer and her team from the YMCA for the tour that she gave for Councillor Schmidt-Rempel and myself. I know Councillor Middleton Hope and Acting Mayor Campbell have also gone, and I think some others, but some great tours there. And then I'd be remiss without mentioning that there are a few organizations that are having birthdays this year. The Interfaith Food Bank had its 35th already, and on July 12th had a reception. But the Lethbridge Construction Association is turning 70 this year. And one of the organizations that's actually older even than the Corporation of Lethbridge, the Chamber of Commerce, is turning 135 in September. So some big events this year. And I'm hoping that by mentioning it, that we'll be seeing more cake this fall. So maybe if they know it's their birthday, they'll actually plan some parties. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Croson. Councillor Palladino.
I have nothing this week, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is to the city manager, Mr. City Manager, and your team. If you could please pass on these. You know, it's been really dry outside. It's been hot. It's been the line of this last few months here, last month, if not. But I just want to thank the Parks Department. The parks look really good still, considering some of the water restrictions we've done. You drive around and compared to 2 years ago, we put some more money back into it this past year and all that. But if you could just pass that on to the team, I think the community is really appreciative, especially under the circumstances we're under this summer. So thank you very much to your team.
Thank you. To my far left, Councillor Dodick.
What?
What have I done now?
Yes. Tomorrow is the groundbreaking of the Lethbridge and Resource Centre expansion starting at 2 o'clock. That's at the Lethbridge Wellness Centre at 802 2nd Avenue North. So congratulations, and I know I'll be there, and I expect most of council will be there. I know the mayor will be there, probably talking, but I think everyone is welcome to attend, so that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick. All right, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to reiterate what Councillor Croson said, the 35th anniversary of Interfaith Food Bank. I was fortunate to bring greetings on behalf of your worship. And as they say, they wish they didn't have to be there, but they are. and as they continue to be, they provide an incredible service and an essential service here to the city. Lethbridge Community Band had their makeup concert outside of the Japanese Gardens last week. It was a beautiful, wonderful day. It was hot. I felt bad for the musicians, but it was great outside, and it just coincided with the fact that it's the 55th anniversary of the Japanese Gardens. So that was kind of cool. Shout out to the under 13 female Little League softball provincials that were held at Canola Field. And once again, it's just a reminder what remarkable ball diamonds we have in this city. And just, I know that people that come from out of town and see these ball diamonds, even for the Little League kids, it's really second to none, and the city does a great job of maintaining them, as do the various organizations who do that. And speaking of baseball, just a reminder, Lethbridge Bulls are on a bit of a hot streak with go along with the hot weather. I believe they're at 9 in a row, and I think their record is ever in their history is 10 in a row. So here's hoping they continue with that streak. Also coming up, the Wide Skies Music Festival at the top of the Park and Ride. This is their annual event that takes place July 30th and 31st. You can get your tickets. Some great bands coming up with their fun event in the downtown. WideSkyMusicFest.org for your tickets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And we'll move on to Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of them have been covered. I had the privilege of representing City Council along with Councillor Crowson and Councillor Schmidt-Rempel at the Lethbridge County 60th last week, 60th anniversary. So a great time was had. They unfortunately wouldn't let me in the bouncy castles, and I even begged. But also a big shout out to Jody Matsala and Brian Hancock, administration here, who organized the Saint Laurent Exchange this year. We had all the group of youth from Saint Laurent in town with the host families here in Lethbridge. I think they had a great time. I think they went home 20 pounds heavier and exhausted. They need to sleep for a week, but they did have a great time. It was nice to see Councillor Aref Salam again visiting us, and we look forward to, I think, Mr. Mayor, you're hosting out there. You're heading to Saint Laurent at the end of the month? In 2 weeks. And so please come back 20 pounds heavier as well. With that, thank you very much.
I will not come back 20 pounds heavier. However, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will start out just by saying, and I'm sure Council will agree with me on that our thoughts are with those communities in northern Alberta that are currently evacuating and affected by wildfires. So certainly we're thinking of Jasper and all those other communities that are seeing that happen in their communities right now. I will also echo Councillor Crowson's thank yous to the CWSS. I'm going to single out two particular individuals that were key in doing a lot of work that the CWSS Advisory Committee has done since 2022. A thank you to Debbie Deek from the FASD network. She's acted as the CWSS Advisory Committee Chair since its inception in early 2020. Debbie has dedicated many hours of her time to support the strategy initiatives and provide leadership to other committee members. In addition, she has supported many meaningful partnerships that support the outcomes of the CWSS and the City of Lethbridge as a whole. And also thank you to Cindy Bester, the CEO of the Lethbridge Chamber of Commerce. She's consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership to the committee in areas of advocacy, strategic planning, and board governance. Since its inception in 2020, Cindy has offered invaluable contributions to the committee. So thank you to all committee members, but again, I just wanted to single out those two for their special contributions. And then this weekend, I was telling Councillor Crowson upstairs, this weekend reminded me of why I love living in southern Alberta and that we live in such an amazing place. Congratulations to the county on its 60th anniversary. While it was hot, we had a great time to connect with some of our colleagues in the county and surrounding municipalities. That was a great event. Councillor Crowson and I got our faces painted. So, I mean, we had a fantastic time out there. Also on Friday evening, I was able to attend Tabor's Table. It was a long table culinary celebration held in downtown Tabor that featured local growers, vendors, and producers. And I certainly encourage everyone to watch out for next year's event. And finally, congratulations to Sterling on celebrating its 125th year this year. I was able to get out to check out some of the Settler Days festivities on Saturday and certainly received a warm welcome in that neighboring community as well. So thank you very much to our neighboring communities and their summer festivals and events. It's one of the big things that I love about this area of Southern Alberta. Thank you.
All right, I think pretty much everything was covered. I will add one thing. On the weekend, there was a 2-day Fiesta Extravaganza. The Filipino Association here in Lethbridge had put on this event over at Henderson Lake. Many different vendors, dancing, singing. There's booths there. It was an absolutely amazing inaugural event, and it looks like it's going to continue going forward. Packed solid with folks. We had an actor that is Gabby was his name, from the Philippines up, and he is the actor of actors in the Philippines, and of course he was there. It brought a ton of folks out, and so it was great to be able to see that community rejoice in the culture that they have within our community. So thanks for them for bringing that to our community. With that, we'll move on to an adoption of the agenda. I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Campbell. Be it resolved that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on July 23rd, 2024 be adopted as amended, as it's going to be some amendments, and I'll turn to Acting City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have received some submissions, written submissions regarding some of the public hearings we have scheduled starting at 3 o'clock. And we also have 3 letters which we got in relation to the municipal housing strategy. So there's no objection. Those would be added to the agenda.
And if there's no objections, all right, turn that to Acting Mayor Campbell.
With no objections to the amendments, I'll call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
So we'll take a 5-minute recess.
So we'll just have to take about a 5-minute recess to publish those additions, the amendments to the agenda, and we'll be back shortly. All right, thank you very much for your patience. We'll continue on with the consent agenda. I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Carlson. This is there he is, a six pager, so I'm sure it is published publicly. I'm sure you won't want me to hear me read through 6 pages, so if there's, all right, will not. So if there's any questions, I do want to make note that in the consent agenda, we do have an item been forwarded from the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee regarding the 2026 Memorial Cup bid. If there's any of my colleagues that have any questions on that, I know we do have the folks from the Hurricanes, including the bid committee chair, Brian Wickers, Mr. Anhold is here, as well as Mr. Huseman, and others to be able to answer questions if there are any questions on that bid. And furthermore, I will have one more item being pulled from the agenda, and that's 14.6 will be pulled, and that is a naming rights agreement coming from closed session during our last economic and finance standing. So 14.6 will be pulled. And we'll be voting on that separately, I'm sorry. Thank you. 14.6. It's closed consent.
We did that to confuse you.
It was done to confuse us, I'm told. So, and it worked. All right. So other than that, I'll turn the time over to Councillor Crowson. You have a question?
Just a simple math question, I think. Under the Memorial Cup bid, we have 6 people in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. My math is not very bad, but that's only 8 of us. So where was the 9th person? So it is just a...
Let's look at that. All right.
I think it was 7 in favor, myself opposed, and Councillor Carlson absent. So I'm just...
7-1 and 1 absent.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that that was correctly in there. Thank you.
We'll be sure that that is changed. Thank you very much, Councillor Crowson. And other than that, resolution from Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've reviewed everything, including the council minutes. Everything looked fine to me. Any questions of my colleagues? If there's none, I will call for the vote.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to official business motion from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, 6.1. First off, there was a change. Number 5 is a funding source change, and I just want to make sure that my colleagues have seen that and they're okay with that. As far as the change, not that it is supportive of, but have seen it. So it is up on the screen there. So it was funding would come from the independent third-party consultant be provided. Did you want me to read the resolution, or I think we have all been through it? Is that fair to say, or would you like me to read it prior to asking questions? How about I do this further be resolved? I will start off with a be it resolved that City Council directs its city manager to engage an independent third-party consultant to provide recommendations with implementation options and costing to the October 24th, 2024 Government's SPC meeting for the following. Number 1, a survey of council members on the areas of work that each member considers essential to the role as an elected official and the estimated time that each dedicate to these areas of work. So for example, ceremonial functions, meetings with residents, partners organizations in the city, answering correspondence, committee work, community events, community service, communication, etc. And number 2, a complete analysis of the time and type of work councillors dedicate to their role as an elected official for municipal matters, including but not limited to council meetings, standing policy committee meetings, board and commission meetings, strategic planning sessions, operating and capital budget deliberations, orientation and training sessions, community meetings, conferences and intergovernmental meetings, professional development and certification, and public events. Number 3, a comparative analysis of Canadian municipalities with populations of 100,000 to 250,000 residents with an elected at-large system for mayor and councillors, or award system for councillors examining A, the number of boards and committees, internal and external, requiring elected official appointments, and the number of elected officials appointed to each, and B, the total compensation for elected officials, including per diem purposes and structure, and C, council budgets and staff resourcing to support elected officials. Number 4, ensure that this information provided to future candidates to provide a representation of the work necessary to effectively accomplish the role. And number 5, funding of up to $90,000 for the independent third-party consultant be provided from the Mayor and Council 2023 carryover. So I'll open it up to questions from my colleagues, and we'll start off with Councillor Campbell.
Oh, thank you. Just to the mover, I'm sure you're going to kind of get into it with debate and things, but give me the sense of why you wanted to come up with this. What maybe got you started on this road? Just give me your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So really, it started with a conversation from another councillor, or with another councillor from another municipality who's put something very similar forward to her council. And it's around the role and the work that council does. So when we go to run for council, this is generally described as a part-time or around 20 hours a week kind of job. And we recognize the amount of work and time commitment is at our own discretion. We also recognize that everyone at this table is committed to the work and the best outcomes of the city and its residents. So really, this is a way to get a handle on what that 20 hours entails. Is it 20 hours? Is it more than 20 hours? Where does it fall? Do a workload study and help new candidates understand what the work is, establish and understand what the jobs in terms of meetings, research, community engagement, and public attendance is. Also a way to review council and determine if residents are getting best value out of what we're currently doing and how we're working. Find some efficiencies amongst ourselves. Are we governing the appropriate amount? Are we getting too much into operations? So really, it's a way to promote a culture of accountability, transparency, and respect with the work that we do.
And this is kind of moving forward. This is for the next people who want to run for council, so they have an understanding exactly what the workload is going to be.
Right, and that's why I chose to bring it forward while we're in our third year, because some of us are new, so we do have a handle on what that workload looks like now from 1 to 3 years. And bringing forward a report in October, and then we can decide how to move that forward and really building out what that looks like for council, and then also being more transparent to our community as to what we're working on and understanding what perhaps resourcing might be in the future. I am not talking about a remuneration examination at this time. It really is looking at what workload is and what we may need to do this job that we don't have, but also what we might be doing that we don't need to be doing.
Thank you. And if I may, to administration or whoever wants to take this on, the $90,000 for an independent third-party consultant, is that fair? Is that about the rate for a consultant at this time and for something such as this work?
Through the mayor, I honestly haven't spent a lot of time thinking about this. It possibly on the low end depends on the scope of work and the depth of the work that's being done. So I think we can certainly get something for the $90,000 as long as it meets the needs of council, should council elect to proceed with this.
And I will say I did some research into that as well with the other community that's looking at that, and also some experts in the area that provide this kind of study, and 90,000 should be able to get what we're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, for bringing this forward. One of the things it's our responsibility to look at is potential barriers. Obviously, for the 9 of us sitting here, the workload has not been a barrier. But have you heard from anyone in the community who potentially considered running at some point and then found that the workload or the hours, et cetera, did not permit them to? Have you heard of this as a barrier?
So just in this past week, I actually had conversations with 2 individuals. One yesterday who told me that she would like to run for council, but she wouldn't be able to run for council without a second part-time job. And that being in the back of her mind and being unable to do that, she said that she didn't feel like she'd be able to commit the time necessary to preparing for meetings, to doing all the research, to being out at community events in a part-time form. And the current job that she's working at would not allow her the flexibility to either go down to part-time or work her full-time schedule around it. So while she was interested, she said there was no way that she would be able to do it. Another individual I spoke to last week said that her current employment would require her to take a substantial wage cut because of the profession that she's in, and that her partnership agreement might not allow her to take on the work of council because she could lose funds for the business if she were to do that. So while she was interested, she wouldn't be able to do it until she was able to let go of that partnership and not be a part of that business anymore. So the role does require a great deal of flexibility. The additional and extended meetings and events can cause some scheduling conflicts for us. Especially anybody who's interested in maintaining full or other part-time employment. I know I experienced that myself when I was working at the library part-time and decided to let that position go to dedicate my time full-time to council. And you know, it really does, it gives us an opportunity to examine what barriers we might be putting up for anybody who wants to serve on council. What do we need to change to see younger people stepping up, individuals with families, those from a variety of employment backgrounds. So this gives us an opportunity to engage and ask those questions as well.
One of the things that Governance SPC and this council does for the next council is help develop an orientation plan, working with administration, looking at, what are the things that we enjoyed from our orientation, what are the things we would like for people to know. When you, and this can be answered by any of my colleagues, when you were prepping for your run for council, were the hours that you were told what you actually now work in your mind? And that would be open to any members of the council.
20 hours per week is generally what is told. Yeah.
And is that authentic? It's a lie. Sorry, Councillor Palladino.
As Councillor Palladino, it's a lie. The cake is a lie. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Crowson, for that question, because I think somebody who's been around a while can talk about sort of how the job has evolved. I remember when I was first elected in 2007, I remember we had a full week that we had to book off from our various jobs. Many folks had to take their vacation time for those. And then all of a sudden we were then into budget, taking another week of their vacation time to do that. It became very onerous. I remember back then, Alderman Barbara Lacey, who sat right here, I believe, saying to me, "Oh, don't worry, Jeffrey, it slows down. It slows down after this." And about 6 months later, she came up to me, she said, "It's not slowing down, is it?" And it just kept getting busier and busier. I think some of us who have been around a while, Councillor Parker, Councillor Dodick, the job has evolved. I remember that when some of the colleagues that I first sat with got elected, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have tablets, they didn't have email. You came in on your Monday from noon till 6, you checked your voicemail, and then that was pretty much it, unless for your committee meetings. Now, as we all know, every day of the week is pretty much scheduled for us, especially if the mayor decides to leave town, our schedules get even busier. So yeah, the job has evolved, and I think it's time we sort of took a good hard look at it, not just what folks are doing, around this table, but what we should be doing or could be doing, because I think we all know the job is what you make of it. You can just show up for your Tuesday meeting and then go away, but I don't think it's in the best interest of the community that members of council do that. So I think it's interesting that we're looking at this for incoming terms.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Councillor Middleton-O.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not quite sure how you could come in, Jeff, and on Tuesday, and that would be it. But in any event, so I have some clarification questions, I guess, for Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, so that I can understand this motion a little bit better. Because, quite candidly, I'm not quite sure that I understand the intent. In the long run, so you're hopeful that we will do some kind of a comparative analysis of Canadian municipalities somewhere between 100 and 250,000 people. What are you looking at in terms of a comparison?
So how do you mean?
Well,
Because population is there, but I'm trying to understand your question.
Do you want to do every city that is between 100 and 250,000, or do you want to select a dozen cities, or you want to conduct a comparative analysis at some point? Perhaps help me understand this.
So it would be taking a look at Canadian municipalities, certainly within that range. And it's my understanding that that is an appropriate range to look at, because that fits within what we're currently doing. And when we look at those with those populations, we would be looking at them with the elected at large system, so not a ward system. So that eliminates some out, because we don't have a ward system. We're looking at apples to apples, and certainly look at what their board structures looks like, what their committee structures look like, what their elected official requirements are. Certainly, we can take a look at the compensation, because that will be a discussion, I'm sure, that comes later on down the road, perhaps not with this council, but maybe with the next council. Looking at per diem purposes and structure, and also looking at what the council budgets are if they have additional staff resourcing to support elected officials. Okay. So really looking at municipalities that compare to ours.
Yeah. So to answer the question then, how many municipalities are we looking at doing a comparative analysis with?
That would be up to the third-party reviewer.
So 5, 200?
That would be up to the third-party reviewer to take a look at.
Okay. So I get from the tenor of the motion that, and certainly clarify this for me if you can. Is this an opportunity to ensure that we have full-time council members? To examine that as a part of this process? No, this is not to have the discussion of full-time versus part-time. That discussion was had, I believe, in 2016. Yep. That discussion was had in 2016. This is to take a look at what hours we're actually spending on the work we're doing. So take a look at what that workload is. If it turns out that that workload is full-time, then fine, we can have that full-time discussion. But right now, we're just looking at, is the workload 20 hours a week? Is it 25 hours a week? Is it 30? Let's start there first and then move on to that discussion. So I know you don't want to talk about compensation, but compensation should at some point be a discussion, because if we're talking about the average is 25, 30, 35, 40, however many hours a week, I mean, certainly some of us put in those types of hours with the current compensation. Unlike what we got in 2007, we are compensated better today. So is there an expectation at some point that compensation, benefits, pensions, those kinds of things will be on the table for discussion? And certainly that might be on the table for discussion. Right now, this is focusing on a workload study with what I've outlined in the Be It Resolved section. So they would look at remuneration, they would look at the per diem amounts, they would look at all those commitments, but compensation is a discussion to have later, not now. We need to get an idea as to what that workload is first, and then we can discuss what compensation looks like. We may even find a different model for council. One individual suggested to me that after we're done doing this, perhaps we look at reducing
the number of 8 council members to 6 council members, and those being full-time. Would that still be an effective way to govern? Or do we look at a hybrid model of part-time versus full-time council members? So really, this is first a workload study to examine that and then move out from there. And whether that happens under this council after this study or whether that happens under the next council, that would be the determination of those councils. This is just to start laying that foundation work of workload.
Thank you. Just for your edification, there are approximately 30 cities in Canada between 100,000 and 250,000.
And that's where I was suspecting, but I was going to let a third-party reviewer tell us that.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Dodick.
Yes, thank you. Since this is, according to the first whereas, to provide clarity to potential candidates regarding the workload, it seems to me, and this is a question, in that the mover has identified certain things that the Municipal Government Act does not require us to do, but that some and maybe most members of council feel important as a part of their duties, such as ceremonial functions, meeting with residents, partner organizations, answering correspondence, and so on. Well, each of us know how much time we spend at council and the SPC that we're appointed to, and the various other committees that we're appointed to. So we've got a disparate group of councillors who see their duties or their primary duties quite a bit different. And, you know, from my perspective, and I don't think it's any secret that I do not attend as many ceremonial duties or ceremonial functions, rather, and other things that maybe other members of councillors do. So if I were to, in fact, average out over a year the number of hours I spend using a breakdown of the items, any other items that perhaps councillors have done, I would be able to arrive at a number. And I suspect that number would be, even with the full days with organizational meetings, budget deliberations, and everything else, would likely be in the 20-hour per week range. But I also know that there are members of council that are much more than that and much more than 40 hours per week. So my question is, bearing in mind that we have the 9 members of council, or rather it shouldn't be so much, or we could include the mayor, but let's say the 9 members of council, why wouldn't, as a first method of dealing with this, actually getting each member of council to identify the number of hours they spend at what they think are important, and then at some point in time, and it doesn't have to be by name, unless you want to do it by name, but identify exactly what the range is. So if, for example, if you've got a person like me that may spend 20 hours and others that spend 50, 60, 30, whatever, we can arrive at a median, which shows how many are under a certain amount, how many are over a certain amount of hours. We could always, and get a mean as well, which gives us a sense of how many hours the lowest to the highest is, and we might arrive at something that approaches 35 to 40 hours. All right, so you've not spent the 90,000, you've arrived at a number which would be a representative council, which is, of course, what we are. So my question is, why do we not do that first with this council, based on the committees that we're on, based on the work that we do, arrive at the sort of hours that we put in, at least to get sort of a baseline for what we're doing, And it's easy enough, if it turns out that we're doing 40 hours, it's easy enough to say, you know what, next council, you're going to be spending 40 hours on average. And here are the dates that you're going to be spending a lot of time on because the organizational is going to be a week, the budget's going to be 2 weeks at this much. But otherwise, the Municipal Government Act requires you to show up for, you can't miss more than 4 meetings consecutively. So if we had that number, that would give the new coming members that, hey, you're going to be spending 40 hours or 50 hours or 35 hours, whatever that might be. Why don't we do that first before we even embark on this? So my question to you is, would you be prepared to defer this and that in fact we do the process that I'm suggesting first, just to get a baseline from this council?
No. I want us to start thinking beyond just the hours. So it's not just the hours that we spend. It's the how we spend our time as well. So, you know, it's studying what we're actually doing too. So the workload as well as expectations. And how we're managing that workload. So how are we governing? Are we too lean? Are we too heavy? Are we spending too much time in operations, not enough time on governance? Are residents getting the best representation out of council in our current at-large governance system? How are we responding to our responsibilities under the MGA and the procedure bylaw? What are the resources we need? Do we need assistance with independent research when it comes to developing OBMs? I know a number of us go outside to do different separate research. We also engage staff members. And it engages also with what does the prep, reading, research, and training look like for each of us? What are some of the gaps that we're seeing? So it's more than just the 20 hours or finding a baseline number of hours. It's more than just the what we're doing, but also the how we're doing, how we can find efficiencies between ourselves as well. So I understand where you're coming from because that was one of the first thoughts I had, but it's bigger and it's more than just the hours. It's more than just full-time versus part-time. This is about the how around what we're doing as well. But thank you.
Okay.
All right, with that, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps that answered my question. I thought I'd heard Councillor Dodic perhaps crafting a referral motion, but perhaps not, because because yes, when I look at items 1 and 2 under the therefore be it resolved, I think a lot of that could be done in-house, adding to our already hefty workload, but it could be done in-house. I would just be reticent to say refer it to governance committee because well, and you know, this is part of the orientation. I guess I don't really have a question. I was thinking that there was a referral motion coming, and I was going to be very supportive of that. But
So you've heard that there currently is no referral motion. That's the question. Yes. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you. A couple of questions arising. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, you indicated that that there was one person that indicated to you that they had experienced barriers to running for council. To what degree do we have a sense of members of the public who feel that there are barriers that have been established that they're unable to run for council, recognizing that this is a part-time job, irrespective of how much or how many hours you or I put into it? There are many people who view this as a part-time job. It is a part-time paycheck, and they know that. At least they should certainly know that if they're going to do their own due diligence before they apply for a position or run for council. So help me understand this. I mean, yes, people need to work, obviously. Lots of people don't have previous employment or don't own businesses that they can rely on. But people understand that this is a part-time job. And it pays reasonably well as a part-time job. So how do we, by conducting an analysis like this, and you've heard from other council members their observations in regards to this, how does this help us to create a more open process for more people to run for council? We had 32 people run for council last time around. Is that a good number or a poor number?
Oh, I think it's a fantastic number that we see that many people running for council. But this is also to set up future candidates for success, to ensure that we're also getting the best candidates running for election and representing our community. This also helps with succession planning and offers new candidates the best information on what to expect. The two individuals that I spoke about just found that the potential of this and their current employment opportunities prevent them from running for council because they believed that they would be putting in full-time work, but they could not do it based on what the current requirements were and how much they would dedicate their time to. So this would prevent them from doing such. The next steps out of this would certainly be to take this to the public to understand what they feel about the council workload, enable them to give us some feedback, just like we did in 2016.
So I'd like to just explore one other aspect of this before I relinquish questions. So what happens if a councillor is above or below? You know the number of hours that I put in. You know the number of hours that generally people put in around the table at attending functions or reviewing material for any of the multitude of meetings that we go to. So what happens if a member of council is above or below the average? Do they have to give money back? Do they get extra money? Do we make sure that Jeff has to work from here rather than from home with his dog? So what is the expectations to conform or to pull their weight?
It would be like any position. You always have at every employment opportunity people who are working more, people who are working less, people who are working differently. This is just an examination of what our current workload is, what we're doing, how we're doing it, and where there might be some gaps in what can be done to assist us in our work. It can also look at what we shouldn't be doing. So it's taking a wide range of exactly what this job of council is.
Hold on to that thought about what we shouldn't be doing. Thank you.
All right. Next, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the work Councillor Schmidt-Rempel put into this. First question is to the city clerk, or the deputy city clerk. When people are thinking or pondering running for city council, both at the mayor level and the council level, in the information package, it kind of explains the expectations. Oh, I just want to make sure here's the question. Yeah, does the package explain the expectations and all that kind of stuff in regards to orientation, workload, committee load, and all that within that? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. We didn't actually do a package this last round in 2021, but what we did do is we met with every candidate. So they had to, first of all, we met with them twice. First, when they picked up their information, we went through different things and we outlined what the expectations were, what kind of meetings they'd have to attend. And we said, although the average may be, we state is 20 hours, it depends on what you wish to commit to it, and it could be less, it could be more. It depends on the individual and what they can commit to it. So it didn't actually say in the package, but we definitely said that verbally on at least one of the two meetings. We met with each member of that ran, and there was over 80 that ran. There was 32 that ran for council.
Thank you. I also recall that people, I do believe some of my colleagues around this table have reached out to me when they were thinking of running. And so it's incumbent upon them to do their research, to talk to the people that actually do the job. They can interview all members of council. They can also interview past members of city council to find out what the workload is. What I'm concerned about is, well, not so much I'm concerned about is, how can I state this here, is you know what you're signing up for, And if you don't like it after 4 years, you go do something else. You go do something else. It's easy as that. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but at the same time, every job's like that. You don't know what to expect. And I think everyone around this table has a different style. And it doesn't mean their style is bad or good. It's just their style. And at the end of a term, the community will decide if they actually did their job or didn't do their job. So if they're doing a good job and they get reelected, obviously that's reaffirmation that they're doing something correctly. I'm just scared that we're going to go down this rabbit hole in doing something like this in regards to what do we do with this at the end of the day when we get this analysis? What do we actually do with it? And that's the concern I have at this time. I'm going to keep an open mind and listen to the debate and discussion, but those are some of my questions and concerns right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions in the queue, but I do have a motion on the floor, and acting. So I'll introduce the motion first, and then, of course, I do have further to that. So as an introduction, we'll start Councillor Schmidt-Rempel on the review of workload expectations, resourcing for elected officials. I know we've had a lot of questions and answers, but I'm sure we'll turn the floor over to yourself to introduce that for debate.
Thank you very much. So we want to set up good decision-making, and the first place to do that is to help people understand the time and commitment that is necessary to do so. We also want to set future candidates up for success. Do we want people fully committed to the position to run for council? Do we want them to be able to afford the cost of living in our city, able to access the services they may require, and able to commit the time they need to do this work? It's a strange occupation. There is no day-to-day oversight, no advisor, no mentors, and it's our responsibility to provide that good, transparent government to the residents of our city. Are we doing that? This can take a look at what that is. We need to do a better job of communicating our role to residents as well. And next steps out of this would be to make the report available to members of our community and collect their responses on how we might be able to move forward. Getting to a good decision is not just about showing up every 2 weeks and thinking an idea is good. It also takes preparation, research, and engagement. We do that and should be sharing how we do our jobs with residents in the city. And we should also be examining how we do our jobs. Should we be doing them differently? Again, this motion promotes a culture of accountability, transparency, and respect.
Thank you. Do I have anybody else in the queue? For debate. Is for debate. Councillor Crowson.
We're debating the motion on the floor, correct?
Sorry, I just put through to
Oh, I'm
Councillor.
just waiting for the side debate to be over on that
Councillor
side.
Crowson, yes. Councillor Crowson.
I must admit, I'm firmly sitting on the seat on this one because the 9 of us are able to do the job based on our lives and, you know, where we are and everything like that. And I'm trying to remove myself and the rest of us from this consideration. Because like Councillor Schmidt-Rempel, I have heard people in the community say, you know, I'd love to run at some point, but I can't because of childcare responsibilities, or I can't because of this and because of that. And that is true of many jobs. For many jobs, there are barriers to, you know, who can apply for those jobs or not. But our job is different. Our job is about democracy, about having the ability to have your voice heard, about being part of the decision making. And I think it is well worth our time and effort to look at what some of the barriers might be. And I think that is one of the things that is being discussed here. And it reminds me of a survey that was done in Edmonton a few years back around transit. They were seeing many people stop riding transit because of perceived safety issues in transit. And so they asked the transit department to do some research as to why people were stopping. They did. They did a beautiful survey that showed 90% of the people were happy. Well, they only surveyed people riding transit, which of course did not capture the people who'd already quit riding transit because they thought it was too scary. So they got a completely skewed result because of who they went and talked to. And so the 9 of us are the skewed result because we've made it work. We can do it. But what about the rest of the community? What about having people better understand the job? And I do know there are some other ways that could be done to get some of this information. But I think it's also one of those things, we talk constantly about trying to make sure the public is involved. We try to make sure that we have community voices. Well, the loudest voices are the 9 of us, the ability to sit around this horseshoe and be part of the conversation. And I am willing to spend $90,000 to find out more about the job, what other people are doing, and to do that research. I have heard so many of my colleagues talk about the need for a chief of staff for the mayor to provide more support in the mayor's office when we know other places have it. I have heard more and more from my colleagues about, wouldn't it be nice if somebody could do this sort of research or help with this sort of thing? And that's the 9 of us who are able to do the job. Thinking about the 100,000 and those who may or may not be able to do the job, again, spending $90,000 to do some of that research, I'm swinging a little more to that side of the fence to do this. So I will support this because I do not want to see any barriers to the job, and I'd like to have the information for discussion. So I will support this.
Okay, I do have a referral motion. Oh, that is, well, I could, yeah, jump ahead, and then, all right, do you know what, that's a very good point. But I do appreciate it. I think we should be able to have the chance, and I'm going to allow that to have the debate prior, and then I'll bring in the referral motion. Thank you. I totally agree. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do appreciate Councillor Schmidt-Rempel's perspective on this. I understand, I think, from conversations that we've had in the past about certainly some observations that members of council have had regarding this particular issue. However, the workload, I don't see any evidence before us that would indicate that there are hockey sock full of prospective candidates who feel that there is a barrier to applying to council because we work more than 10 hours a week. If the research was conducted and the research indicates that it's 20 hours a week on average, 30 hours a week, 40 hours a week, is that going to make a difference to whether somebody decides to run for public office? I would say no. The reality is that people won't run for public office because we take a lot of crap. And that's quite candidly one of the reasons why people don't run, and I don't blame them. However, this is the job. This is the job that we signed up for. We knew what we were getting ourselves into. And as Councillor Parker mentioned, several of us who ran successfully this last time around had an opportunity to speak to sitting council members and found out what the expectations were. And yes, Jeff, they did lie. It is a lot more than was expected. But you know what, Councillor Parker said it right. If I don't like it, then I don't run the next time around. If I find that this is too much work, then I'm not going to run the next time around. By the way, that's not the case. I'm not saying it, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. So there's a suggestion that we're not being transparent. I think we are being transparent. I think people do see us out in the public on a very regular basis, and there is a document that is available through the city clerk's office to indicate how many of those functions we have been to in the last year, the last 2 years, the last 3 years. If anybody wants to compare numbers, by all means, I'm more than up for that. How will it change if we know that there is a demand for 30 or 40 hours? How will it change the number of people that we have? How will it change the inflection in terms of the quality of candidates in terms of their experiences being brought to council if they know that it's going to be 30 hours a week? Either you can do this job on a part-time basis or you can't. It's that simple. If you need to work full-time, this isn't the job. And lastly, I absolutely agree with the comment that was made in regards to the mayor's office. I absolutely agree that the mayor's office needs more support, requires additional resources that he currently doesn't have, because the man works 50, 60, 70 hours every week, and that shouldn't be the expectation. So I'm not going to support this in its current form, but I do look forward to the referral motion that is going to be presented after. Thank you.
Thank you. I too would like to speak to a little bit of what is currently on the table, and I couldn't support the way that it currently sits. Many different reasons. Thank you, Councillor Parker, as we each have a different style. Councillor Parker had mentioned, and you know what? Some can do this job with 20 hours. Some can do it with 40. Some do it with 60. It just depends on the style, and I think going through a process like this, it would come back where we're going to be pointing fingers, and just because somebody can get a job done in 20 hours where someone might require 40 or the different style, I'm concerned on what that would look like coming back to that report coming back. I've met, and I continue to meet, I met 3 times last week, folks that are looking at run for council. And it's the opportunity we have to share what we've done in the past. I've been fortunate to be on council as well as in the position of mayor, and to be able to share some of this information with them. I don't hold anything back. As we've heard that, I say there's a lot of time. It depends what you want to do with that time. But I look at as a part-time job, and I'll be very honest, I think it's around $75,000. That's a pretty fair part-time job. I think that's fair, a fair number. But it's the dollar of $90,000. Going about it in a different way to be able to look at this, engage better. I do know somewhat what this resolution referral is coming forward, so I won't speak anymore. But I couldn't support it the way that it currently is. Councillor Campbell.
Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate Councillor Schmidt-Rempel bringing this forward and what her intention is. But I having heard everybody talk here, I think about my own why I got into this job in the first place and how I determined whether or not I was going to get into it. I talked to this guy. I did. I really did, and I've talked to that fella over there because, I've always said I'm an expert at talking to the experts, right? I think I started that. But seriously, but like to me, and it's been in my other career in my whole life as well, is how much time do you work at your job? Well, I work at the job until I get it done, and for me, it's just, it could have been 4 hours, could have been 6 hours or 12 hours, and that's sort of the way it is with this job as well. You get it, you do the job until it's done. So finding out from a third-party review at the cost of $90,000, I think to Councillor Dodik's recommendation, just talk about what we have here. What do we think? What do we hope? How does it all affect us? And then we can take it from there. So as it is, I don't think we need to do this. Thanks.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Deputy Mayor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I appreciate this coming forward, especially as a notice of motion a couple weeks back, because it gave us time to sort of ruminate and chew on it and sort of discuss it. And at first I was like, yeah, more information, good information. Then the price tag of 90 grand was added, and I am the cheapest man alive. And I'm Scottish. I'm cheap. And that sort of dissuaded me a bit. But I was still, I think as Councillor Crowson said, on the fence. I like information, but I'm not sure if this is the best way to go. It was Councillor Dodik when he started talking about, what does the MGA tell us we have to do? Not a heck of a lot. So whether you make this full-time, part-time, double-time, as the mayor sometimes does, there's no way to say that folks will do that. I've worked with every different style of councillor you can imagine in my 17 years. And yep, there are some that do show up for the Tuesday meeting, cracking open their package and starting. There's my 4 hours for the month I'm putting in. Then there are others who spend 30, 40 hours doing the research, getting all the stuff together. But there's no way to say, because it's the MGA that tells us that either one is right or wrong. It's you must attend 3 out of every 4, or you can't miss more than 4 council meetings in a row. So I really don't think this will give us anything more than some navel-gazing about what we do. And when Councillor Dodik said we could just sit and talk about that amongst ourselves. So I was hoping there was going to be a referral motion on this to governance as part of our orientation process. I'm not sure if that's still going to happen. I will not support this in its current form, but if there is no referral motion, I may bring a motion arising, if that's allowable, Mr. City Clerk, out of an OBM. Discussion. Oh, I've talked too much. Thank you, Ryan. No, I'm good. Ryan said, you're done. Shut up.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
Oh, did I press the button?
Yes.
Oh. Well, having heard the debate, I was thinking of a referral motion, but I can count now, so I'm not bringing a referral motion. And so the cost, of course, impacts me greatly. But really, I think the informal way of doing it is the best way of doing it. We can incorporate it into the organizational package or the discussions that Mr. Sarsfield has with potential clients. Now, candidates. It ends with an S. It's close enough. Anyways, I cannot support this this resolution, and at this point in time, really, it is a cost analysis, and the fact that most of the information can be arrived through our own internal resources. So, can't support it. Sorry.
Thank you. And to close, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
No referral. So again, just to reiterate, the data would be collected and averaged so that no one would be singled out. I know that that is some concern. Doing it as a third-party review with the $90,000 price tag was largely because in May, the city manager gave us a list of items that our administrative staff would not be able to help us with. So this was to move this out of the administrative staff's purview and into something a third-party reviewer could do. So it's not something that our administrative staff would be able to take on because we've already seen the list of things that they can't do. Again, I'm just looking at this, promoting that culture of accountability, transparency, and respect. And I believe that this motion sustains its own integrity. And with that, I would call for the vote.
All right. We'll do that via roll call. Acting City Clerk.
Okay, so I'll do a roll call. Councillor Crowson,
In favor.
Councillor Dodick,
Opposed?
Councillor Middleton Hope,
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino,
Opposed.
Councillor Parker,
Opposed.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel,
In favor.
Acting Mayor Campbell,
Opposed.
our Deputy Mayor Carlson,
Opposed.
and Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
The vote is lost 2-7.
Thank you. Yes.
I would make a motion arising.
Well, if you put it out there, we'll see that if it is arising, well.
Thank you. My motion would be that the Sure. I like recess.
All right, we'll take a recess while we have a motion arising, a possible motion arising. Thank you. I will be commencing again in 1 minute. All right, thank you very much for your patience. I do have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Carlson, a motion arising, I'm sorry, not a motion arising. Be it resolved that the Governance Standing Policy Committee have a discussion on the workload expectations and resources for elected officials at the October 24th, 2024 meeting in coordination with the discussions on council orientations. I see no questions to open debate. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really enjoyed the discussion we had because I think a lot of us came in thinking one way or sitting on the fence and going another. So I think the discussion was really quite delightful. I hope it continues. But through the discussion, we talked about the orientation package that goes out to prospective candidates for council. And I was a bit taken by surprise that we didn't actually have a package last time. And I know it's the purview of Governance Committee to sort of organize that. And I think this discussion may sort of kickstart that discussion about the orientation process or package or whatever it's called at governance. And I think the discussion could continue there. And as Councillor Dodick said, a lot of this, and Councillor Acting Mayor Campbell, a lot of this could probably be accomplished just by discussion on how we currently do business, how things are going, and what we would hope to see future candidates commit to in the future. So this is just to sort of refer it to Governance Committee in October to have that opening discussion as part of the orientation package for incoming members of council. Thank you.
Continue debate. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Carlson, for bringing this forward. This is effectively the same motion minus the $90,000. And if it achieves a provision of information for prospective candidates, this, I can live with this. Thank you so much. And Councillor Schmidt-Rempel as well.
Thank you. I see no. That ain't going to happen. So next we will, there's no further debate, so turn it back to close. Councillor Carlson.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.
Sir, that was an amendment.
All right, moving to bylaws for second, third reading. I have a bylaw from Councillor Croson, Chair of the Governance Standing Policy Committee, Bylaw 6450, Amendment to Bylaw 6250, Procedure Bylaw. Be resolved that Bylaw 6450, Amendment to Bylaw 6250, Procedure Bylaw, be given second reading. Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor. So my colleagues, this should be familiar to them because we have already discussed this at governance. Governance has already recommended this forward and it has passed by consent agenda by council. And so the first reading has gone through. And this is actually to make changes to the procedure bylaw to shorten the timeline for boards, commissions, and committees recruitment. Right now, it takes several months and it's time consuming. It's in summer where people are on vacation, where we're trying to get them to recruit for our BCCs. This will shorten it up, be more effective and more in line with how most places actually would do recruiting or hiring of people in these positions. So I hope my colleagues will support this because I think it is not only better for council, better for the people, and better for the people applying, but just a much smarter way of doing it. And I will call the question.
Question has been called. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be resolved that Bylaw 6450, Amendment to Bylaw 6250, Procedure Bylaw, be given third reading, and the Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Croson.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Again, unanimous. Thank you.
I have.
All right. We have Bylaw 6453, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6431 from Councillor Croson, Chair of the Governance Standing Policy Committee. For a first reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6453, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6431, be given first reading. Councillor Croson.
Question.
Question, Councillor Dodick.
To give all three readings at one time, you have to have it unanimous, right? So unanimous first reading, but I could vote against second and third reading, and it still could proceed to all three readings. Is that correct? Thank you.
Consent to all three readings must be unanimous, yeah. All right. Oh, Councillor Middleton, oh.
To question my colleague in regards to the concern regarding three readings in one day. Perhaps you can expound on that.
Sure. What happened was when this showed up in whatever SPC it showed up, I was in opposition to it, but I don't want to stall this by not giving consent to the first reading. So I will vote in favor of it so it can be dealt with. That's why.
Thanks for clarifying.
And with that, I think if I can ask the mover, or I can do it at the second reading as well, to give a little synopsis on this, because I'm sure the community is, either they're watching going, well, what is this bylaw? So if there's that opportunity, you can do it at the second reading. Second, all right. So let's get this on the table, the first reading. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. First reading. Yeah. Okay, for second reading, thank you, Councillor Croson, Chair of the Governance Standing Policy Committee. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6453, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6431, be given second reading. Councillor Croson.
So like the first bylaw, this has gone through governance, and it's actually a reflection of what our corporation is currently doing. It is moving the FOIP coordinator from the city clerk over to the city solicitor, so essentially giving the city manager permission to move the FOIP coordinator where required under the corporation. However, the reason we're doing three readings today, if possible, if we get unanimous on the consent to all three readings, is that when the bylaw was written, it said bylaw 6356, which is not actually our city manager bylaw, it's bylaw 6099. So there was a mistake in the bylaw when we actually approved it for first reading. So to do the housekeeping, we're actually removing that first reading and doing all 3 readings today if that is what council determines to do. And so as I said, we actually have had change with who is doing FOIP, the FOIP coordinator for the past year. Overall, this entire process is housekeeping to catch up so that our bylaws reflect what we're actually seeing in the corporation. But we had the added component of this time of having a mistake in the bylaw that was cited, and so that's why we're asking for all 3 readings today.
All right, so for second reading, I
Call the
take
question.
as question's been called. All in favor? And that is 8 to 1. Oh, all those opposed? Thank you. So this is the one that requires unanimous, which is, be it resolved that in accordance with Section 187(4) of the Municipal Government Act, City Council authorize a third and final reading of Bylaw 6453, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6431 to occur at this meeting.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yes. So Councillor Crowson.
So normally we would only do 2 readings of a bylaw on one day. We usually do the first reading a couple of weeks in advance so that the public can respond, et cetera. But as I said, this has already gone through governance. We've already seen a draft of this bylaw, albeit with a mistake as to the number. And so I'm hoping my colleagues will be unanimous in going to a 3rd reading today. So I'll call the question.
So this one
does.
must be unanimous. Allow for all 3 readings in one meeting.
And then the final motion is the third.
And the final is for 3rd reading if it is unanimous on all readings. Okay, so the question's been called to have all 3 readings in the meeting today. All those in favor? All right, that is unanimous, meaning we'll move on to 3rd reading. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6453, a bylaw to amend Bylaw 6431, be given 3rd reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Crowson.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Those opposed? All right. That is 8 to 1. All right, we're moving on to an item that was removed from the consent agenda. It was recommendation of Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, Municipal Housing Strategy MHS Update. Be it resolved the City Council adopt and update Municipal Housing Strategy MHS in principle as a guiding document, and number 2, direct administration to return to the annual operating budget review at the November Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting with a proposed implementation plan and associated implementation funding allocation request. This was defeated at the Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee, a 4-4. We do have all council here of 9, so I can say that it will be different one way or another. It's going to be defeated or it's going to pass. Imagine that. So moving forward, I'll turn the time over to Deputy Mayor Carlson for questions. And floor is yours.
Thank you. Did you want me to introduce it first?
You can, yeah, absolutely.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that, yes, this did fail on a tie vote at Economic and Finance. My apologies to my colleagues that I was not there. Trust me, I would have rather had been there. But I'm pleased that it's coming back to council for a sober second thought, and I hope to convince my colleagues to support this. I've read through the document very thoroughly. I have been talking for some time that we need to update our municipal housing strategy. Our previous one, I believe, was 2019, and I think we all know the world has been changed a lot in the 5 years since that was approved, and in the 7 years since it would actually started the work on that. I believe it was Councillor Crowson and Councillor Miyashiro back in the day who were steering that. And Mayor Higgin as well. And so, yes, and I think that that document did serve us well. We put a lot, or previous council and this council used that document to enact a lot of policies and practices and funding, and spurred some great development in our community, but I think it's time to update it. I just want to remind my colleagues that this being presented to us is a guiding document in principle. But it's not only for our corporation, it's for our entire community. And there are many facets of this document, the needs assessment and the priorities. And many of the stakeholders in our community, and that be the housing management bodies, things like Green Acres, things like Lethbridge Housing Authority, the home builders, the developers, Build, the service providers, etc., rely heavily on the information and guidance in this document. Because it's not just the strategy, but it's also the needs assessment. And that's one of the things that I think is really important for our community, is to make proper plans and to move forward with housing needs for our community. We need to know what's needed. And that's a very important section of this document. Further to that, the documents and the strategies contained in here, it allows our various stakeholders that I've already mentioned in our community to work with other partners, with other funders, with other levels of government to access funding opportunities that address the needs specific to our community. And I just want to remind our colleagues that this is a guiding document, and it's being asked to be accepted in principle. Council is not being asked to confirm everything in this document all at once. What Council is saying is we are accepting that it's in principle, and we are providing direction to our administration, to our community partners, to see what we could accomplish and how we could accomplish those, what kind of levers need to be pulled, what we can afford is another big consideration. And that'll all be coming back this fall. It'll all be coming back in front of council with funding sources attached to it and possibilities. I do understand there are parts of this strategy that some members of council may really not support. But the time for that is to when they're presented for a decision to say, okay, we could do this, it's going to cost X. And that's, in this fall, that's when council can say, yeah, I don't like that. I'm voting against that strategy. I'm voting against that action. I'm voting against that funding source. But do not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there are 5 outcomes in this document that are really important to our community, with a whole list of actions that could be taken underneath each of those outcomes. We're not saying, yep, we're going to do each and every one of those. So don't think that raising your hand to this is saying, yep, everything in this document is happening. What it's saying is, to our staff, to our community partners, to our stakeholders, go out, explore all these options, and come back with the best ways we could achieve these outcomes for our community. And then they come back to council and we say, like an a la carte menu, I like that one. I like that one. Oh, can't afford that one. Nope, the community is not going to really like that one. But without this guiding document, without some direction from council that, yes, we need housing in our community, we know what the needs are, we're not going to achieve our goals. If you look around this country, around the world right now, housing is one of the most important issues of the day. And this document confirms it. This document lets us know that we need, I think it was over 8,000 units of housing in our community. And if we don't approve this, we're saying, yeah, we heard we need it, but we're not going to do anything. And I will not be part of a council that just says, yeah, I don't want to do anything. I want to wait till next council. I would like to give some direction to our staff to go out, figure out which of these we could accomplish, and then come back to council and say, here's our best guess. And that gives council the opportunity to say, yeah, I really like that one. Yeah, I really like that one. Oh no, I'm not doing blanket zoning, whatever you want to say is your least favorite. there's time to say no to those things. We've already put off the blanket zoning discussion for at least a year, year and a half, I think. So that's not going to come back. So don't be scared about that. Be excited that we have an opportunity to say, these are the needs in our community. These are a few of the levers we could pull. These are a few of the levers that our community could pull, and we can achieve these. Approving this in principle doesn't mean it's happening. In principle means these are things that could happen, and the outcomes are very desirous. How are we going to achieve them? I know, because I sit on one of our housing management bodies, one of the first things we ask any community we're working with, please do a needs assessment. Please do a strategy, because without that, we cannot move forward. We cannot do the exact right thing for the community if we don't know what's needed. And we can also not work with our partners to access the funding that is needed. So please don't throw the baby out with the bathwater in this one. If there's one or two things in here you don't like, the opportunity to shoot those down is in November, October, November, when we come back and the price tags come before us. So please support this. It's the right thing to do for our community. It's a necessary thing. So I ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you. Councillor Dodek.
In the debate, I will address a number of things that Councillor Carlson said, particularly the comments dealing with this is a guiding document. Well, yes and no, because there are many action portions of it. And in fact, there are a number of portions of it that talk about blanket rezoning as well. This is a 250-page document that we've asked the community to read, which I've now read twice. And if I was opposed to it at Economic SPC, I'm even more opposed to it at this point in time. But I do have some questions for the administration, and that is, there was another option that wasn't really discussed when it was presented to Economic SPC, and that was the part that just simply says, adopt the updated municipal housing strategy in principle as a guiding document without the second component. So that was an identified option as well, without coming back with numbers attached to what is being presented.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Dodek. So yes, that is definitely an option. I think when this, and the reason why this item came to Economic SPC in the first place is it originated with a funding request at the time. However, there were too many housing moving parts, including the Housing Accelerator Fund, that we just couldn't come forward at the time of the municipal housing strategy with an actual number. So we felt it best in consultation with the city treasurer to redirect that to the bigger financial conversation at the end of the year. But this could absolutely just include option or the first part of this clause and approved as a guiding document, and supplementary things would come at a time that presented itself through it to administration.
So then at that point, if you do adopt it as a guiding document, you can still come back, and then we have a discussion as to which of the a la carte menus that we like, and at that time put a dollar value to them, rather than just doing absolutely everything at one time and then saying, well, this actually turned out to be unnecessary because we don't have the majority of council supporting it. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. I think, just to be clear, there's not every action has a dollar value. It would be going through and identifying the ones that did have a dollar value associated with the budget. But just about every action requires another decision of council. There is actually very few things that administration would be able to proceed with in its entirety. It would be about doing that next level of work, that next level of engagement, and bringing back things for council to decide on later dates.
But there's at least a belief or an expectation that the 200-odd people that were involved in this guiding document, that in fact, when you take into account the quantitative and the qualitative assessment, that in fact in reality is a good, valid, reliable guidepost that we can have to determine what the actual housing needs for this community are? That's a precondition, isn't it? Acceptance of that, isn't it?
I would say that I don't believe that accepting the strategy as a guiding document means that every stakeholder or everyone in the community agrees with everything in the document. I think what we have shown and what we set out from at the beginning of this project was that it was an update to an already good strategy, and that we were not going to engage with the broader community as a whole on this topic, especially just after the municipal development plan engagement, that we were going to be purposeful in engaging with the specific stakeholders who had a role in what would be the implementation actions. So that portion of it is why the stakeholder-specific engagement was done. The needs assessment itself is largely based on the data from different data sources as one half of it, and the other half being, again, that feedback from the stakeholders. So I can appreciate the comment that is not reflective of the entire community in terms of each individual, but I think it is very reflective of our key stakeholders who have an active role in the housing field.
Well, by looking at the numbers, it looked like only about half of the key stakeholders that were invited actually participated.
That is true, and I think that's reflective of community engagement as a whole.
Now, there are a number of comments in the strategy, in the qualitative portion, that talks about the inability to obtain a rental property, and there's a perception that people are being blacklisted and things of that nature. But I don't see anywhere where landlords were talked to and said, look, we're having problem in terms of renting out our premises. We ask for references. You can't get references from people. And look, this is my sort of a second home I have. It's helping fund my retirement, so I need references. And that's just one example of a qualitative thing that was omitted in this when it looks at one group of people who are saying they're being blacklisted on the basis of factor X, but you're not talking to the landlord who may have a different viewpoint as to why, in fact, someone may be blacklisted. Does that not cause you some sort of concern that you're getting the one-sided view?
I would say that we did have landlords involved in the process. What is reflected in that specific component came heavily through because engaging with people with lived experience who are experiencing the shortages in housing or the challenges with housing was one of the priority areas. Again, our funding source for this project came from Reaching Home, which has to do with homelessness. So that was one of our priority focuses based on the funding source. That's not to say that that's the end of where the engagement is. If there were any actions that specifically look to tackle or task that specific area, we would be committing to doing further engagement, which we've talked about. How that takes shape in the landlords or the potential tenants that we would engage with in later stages would be yet to be figured out. So this level of detail in this strategy is high level. It doesn't engage with everybody, but it also didn't say that this would be the end of the engagement efforts.
Well, that being the case, then why not go with option 2, adopt the updated municipal housing strategy, do the engagement, and actually come back with the final document that engages everyone that you feel should have been engaged?
I think that option is up for council's consideration.
Okay, final question before I bounce out is how many people of administration are expected to be involved in this? It says that the administration is to do this, direct administration to return and so on. So how many people?
So directly involved, we have one. We have a housing solutions coordinator, which was a funded position through the encampment strategy. But that person would have to work with a number of different departments because the housing portfolio crosses a number of departments. We have an internal municipal housing strategy working group, which includes Opportunity Lethbridge, as well as the Planning and Development Department and CSD. So they're the 3 primary departments, but it doesn't necessarily end there. But we do have one position who would be the core person leading these efforts.
Okay, I'll have a few more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the objectives in this report states to encourage an appropriate housing mix, tenure, and density in neighborhoods. And that's a nice motherhood statement. Does it mean that all neighborhoods are affected or just a selection of neighborhoods?
So I might ask our Housing Solutions Coordinator, Matt Pitcher, to come up and speak specifically to the strategy. But again, these are very high-level outcomes, and how they would be ultimately brought forward would be dependent on future engagement. I will say that this aligns with language in the municipal development plan. So it's not necessarily this is a new concept that came up just from our engagement. It's building off of existing strategies and language and vision that is contemplated in other plans. But I'll turn things over to Matthew here.
Okay, and that's why I mentioned it was a motherhood statement. Can you tell me that this is not meant to be a blanket rezoning or something like Calgary recently did?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the blanket rezoning decision that was made in the City of Calgary was following their allocation of housing accelerator funds from the federal government. That's following the Housing Accelerator Fund allocation from the federal government, and that was a condition of their grant funding there. City of Lethbridge was not successful in our application for the Housing Accelerator Fund, so any conditionality for grant funding would not be tied to blanket rezoning. However, we have included as a part of those best practices identified in this sector, one that says to consider amending necessary bylaws to allow greater flexibility, and then it lists a couple of potential options. Again, similar to Mr. Malcolm's comments earlier, this would require a future decision in public hearing of City Council. It would require by legislation, obviously, for that reason, additional engagement, and it would also, by best practice, require significant additional engagement above and beyond what's been completed thus far.
So you can't say it's not. You're not telling me it's not going to be blanket rezoning, or it won't be addressed at all?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Sorry. You're not going to be able to tell me whether it's blanket rezoning or not is considered?
This strategy does not suggest blanket rezoning. It says consider flexibility in your zoning, which I believe council was already considering by looking at their land use bylaw. It does not talk about blanket rezoning in any way, shape, or form.
I had another question, but it was answered, but I do want to debate the blanket rezoning comments.
Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the information for Mr. Pitcher and Mr. Matthews. What's your name? Mr. Malcolm. That's right. Take me through what the drawing board looks like if this motion gets defeated. What do you have to do moving forward should this resolution become defeated, and what can you tell us about that process that you'll have to go through?
That's a very good question. We would have to go back to the drawing board and understand. So I understand that what would probably happen is our existing municipal or housing strategy, which was approved in 2019, would continue to be in effect. So we would continue to draw on that to the best of our abilities. However, I'll caution that it has been identified by a number of our stakeholders as being out of date and not terribly relevant in terms of the current context. We do know that our staff would continue to work on efforts that have already been tasked under the housing portfolio, including our capital grant and exploring a tax grant, which was previously tasked to us. I think the bigger challenge would be for the community as a whole. As mentioned by Councillor Carlson, the community is looking for the needs assessment information and this strategy work to inform their grant applications for other funding sources. So in absence of having that in place, we would be looking at other ways to get them the information that they need for those applications, which they're very actively involved in right now.
So it definitely would have an impact. Say grant 45 here is available and you apply for it, but you don't have this thing in place. That could have an effect on you getting that grant.
I think so, and I think the bigger impact would be defeating this and not providing administration further direction on where council would like us to go. That would leave us in a bit of a space of uncertainty. If it's not desired and there's reasons that you can share with us or specific sections or concepts, then we can go away, amend it, and bring it back. It's just that defeating without direction, that would be leave us in a bit of a space of uncertainty.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Ho.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to just express my appreciation of both the very robust discussion that Deputy Mayor Carlson and Councillor Dodick provided for us. Two polarity, I guess, in terms of their perceptions about this particular motion. Mr. Malcolm, in the report that is provided to us, 8.1.1, we have a number of options that are available. Those options are not up on the board in terms of the resolution. We have a direction that is in the affirmative, doesn't provide for secondary options or even rejection of it. So I'm wondering if there is an opportunity here. First of all, I wonder why, because you've provided us with a number of recommendations. Not all of those are contained in the resolution. And so having said that, I'm wondering if there is an option that would provide us with perhaps a greater latitude in terms of the responses that you've provided to us and potential outcomes.
Do you want to address that to him?
Well, it is to the mayor. It is his motion, but sorry, Councillor Carlson. However, I would suggest that Mr. Malcolm and Mr. Pritchard probably had something to do with this motion. That's why I addressed it to them.
And thank you for that, Councillor Middleton Hope. I put forward this motion as the one I saw best for the community, because basically it says we accept in principle. We're not committing to everything. In fact, but it gives direction, as Mr. Malcolm said, to go forward, do some work, and bring them back for council's consideration in the fall. So that was my decision.
Just as an aside, it's very much predicated on recommendation number 1, which is adopted as it is. Option number 2 adopts the updated MHS in principle as a guiding document and then goes on to explain that. The third option is to reject it.
Right.
So I'm suggesting that there are other options besides the one that's up here.
Certainly. This was my motion, and you can reject it or amend or cheer it on. The options are yours. Yep.
Oh, sorry, acting city clerk has something to add as well, if he could.
So the reason why it's stated the way it is because it's the resolution that went to the SPC, which was defeated. So we just presented exactly the same motion to show what the results of the vote. So it wasn't necessarily indicating that in support or against any particular recommendation that was provided in the report. So council can choose to reject this motion and propose something alternate, but this was the resolution that was presented. They can do whatever they would like, and I would be supportive.
All right, Councilor Middleton Hope,
Thank you for the clarification, Deputy Mayor Carlson.
All right, thank you, Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. Would I be correct in saying, Mr. Malcolm, that one of the reasons the first housing strategy died is that it wasn't actioned? Is that while there was an implementation plan, there was no funding, no staffing or anything to go with it. And so we had a plan that essentially could not be carried out regardless of the quality of the plan. Would that be correct to say?
That would be correct.
And so when again, this is not so much a question, but when I say we're a shellfish community, we just keep putting plans on shelves that never get done, without an action plan, without any implementation, this would just be shelved whether or not it was passed.
That is our concern. Obviously, right now we have a position, so we are better resourced today to do initial work around this than we've ever been, frankly. But then what we're seeing is that a number of the initiatives would include other costs, whether that's further consultant fees, whether that is incentives, whether that's paying for a land use bylaw amendment. Those different types of things would all have to come forward at a later date with a different financial. What we're suggesting here is that we do have one resource who can start to make efforts and bringing better information forward for council and the community going forward out of this strategy.
And there is some concern, of course, about public engagement. We're always concerned whether or not everybody's been heard. But is it not correct that if we do look at this, outcome 4, one of the first actions your group would like to do is actually create a compact housing working group, which would include landlords, because you have property management companies, local housing authorities, private developers, non-market housing providers. So what you're essentially saying is you've done public engagement to get a strategy that then does more public engagement?
That is correct. So there's 40 actions, and we recognize that just about every single one of those actions is going to require further engagement. And we would like to know which of those actions we should prioritize and how we should go about public engagement, and would get that kind of direction and that feedback from a working group who are made up of the key stakeholders that have relevancy to this item.
So the city never does anything that's one and done, right? I mean, as things change, as the housing market changes, the conversations will continue, the research will continue to get the best possible solution.
We see this as a very fluid and ongoing effort for sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Councillor Dodick.
Mr. Malcolm, one of the questions was what would happen if this resolution was defeated, and you said go back to the drawing board, but I'm confused because the second recommendation that was brought to Economic SPC was to adopt the updated municipal housing strategy in principle as a guiding document, so it would not be going back to square one, would it?
So that would be getting direction from SPC and council if that was the option chosen, and that's a perfectly valid option for us. It gives us direction to use this as a guiding framework. Currently, we have an adopt just to defeat and doesn't provide us any further direction. So that's the situation that is back to the drawing board. Option 2, for our perspective, is just fine. When we submit these, we put in administrative's recommendation. We included bringing financial to this November because we see housing as a pressing issue and wanted to keep the ball rolling. But there is absolutely, from our perspective, nothing wrong with option 2 in our recommendations.
In response to a question by Councillor Palladino, I got a bit confused because at least the impression I got was that blanket rezoning was something that already had been postponed. But what has been provided to us and the public, who obviously are not going to read it, 250 pages of housing strategy and a needs assessment. But if you have it printed out, if you at the Economic SPC at page 52 and at this council meeting, page 53, one of the objectives is to encourage appropriate housing mix, tenure, and density in neighborhoods. And it talks about and consider establishing a process to amend the NDP to recommend minimum percentages for non-marking housing options out of the total housing units in a neighborhood with the intent to increase housing diversity. And point 2, continue to increase residential densities in established areas and locations identified in policy 6.6 of the NDP when reviewing or updating city policies. But most importantly, point 3 says, consider amending the necessary bylaws in alignment with industry best practices to provide additional development flexibility. For example, A, allow base residential districts to allow for single, semi-row and townhouses. B, enable secondary suites as a permitted use in base residential districts. C, allow for more than one secondary suite on one parcel. D, enable more social uses as permitted uses in land use bylaw. Is that not an objective that's contained within this municipal strategy, which specifically talks about a form of blanket rezoning? So I was confused by your answer to the question to Mr. Palladino, suggesting that this strategy didn't include that, whereas it clearly does as an objective.
Yeah, just because the word is consider, which means at some future point, council could consider, but it's not saying we're doing it.
Well, then why even put it in there? So if we're not going to deal with this as a blanket zone, then take it all out. I would suggest, and I think it would make much more sense to do with recommendation 1 and then recommendation 2, then we decide whether we want to do it. And if through their consideration they decide that blanket rezoning is important, at that time we can do it. I don't want to go through this document and amend everything that I find offensive at this point. I would like to see what the recommendations are in less than 250 pages and then do the ad hoc review as you said. Sir.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Councillor? Because that, in my opinion, and maybe we just have a semantics difference, is what my recommendation is to prove it in principle
Yeah.
and send administration away to come back with their recommendations during budget and
With a number.
with numbers.
Yeah,
That is what my recommendation
I understand that. And I don't want, what tends to happen is, once all the work has been done and this huge number comes in, we're then saying, well, you know what? We've done this. This is important. The exhibition has to succeed. Oh, did I say exhibition? And then all of a sudden we approve the money.
Agreed.
Hence my problem.
I have one more question, if I can, Councillor, for yourself. It seems that is the one point that everyone seems to be stuck on.
No, there's
Are there several? All right.
There are more, but, and I'll do it in debate, and it's going to be the public engagement. Does this strategy actually reflect, to what extent does it reflect quantitative, which I can get on board with, and to what extent does it reflect qualitative? For example, there's no discussion in this as to differentiating between housing with mental issues, housing with mental issues and drug addiction, housing with addiction problems only, housing with mental issues only, housing with poverty with mental addictions, housing with poverty without mental addictions, and so on. All it does is saying we talked to a bunch of people, and actually only half the people that we invited to talk to us, and this is what we came up with. So, in answer to your question, I really would prefer the option two. Thank you. Anyways.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
So just in looking in this and looking at the option that we have up here on that second point with point two, what are the consequences of us not doing the second part of that?
I would say the only consequence is delayed implementation. That's what the funding would help us do, is advance actions that working group prioritized over the next few months. So without that piece, it just delays, I guess, putting funds to it potentially, which is kind of the gas to get it going. Otherwise, we are going to continue to engage and move forward aspects that we can that are non-financial in the meantime.
And what does it do to our strategy's effectiveness in achieving housing outcomes?
I think it would lessen its ability to be impactful. Obviously, I think, again, money is the fuel to this. We will, regardless of the amount of funding that is provided, we will do our best with the resources we have to move what we can.
How does it put us in position with the other levels of government?
It's a difficult question to answer because both the provincial and the federal governments have different expectations. Going back to, again, a comment that Councillor Carlson made, what the base level under piece right now is that we have an assessment of the data and the need in the community, as well as that applicants, whether that's ourselves or partners, can align what their ask is to a strategy for the community. So that's really at the base of it what this strategy is most important for, and then it also provides direction to where we can make other improvements.
Okay, so it does put us at risk, though, insofar as the perception of us being ready and prepared to tackle the housing issues in our community.
I would say that there is a risk there, and just to expand on that a little bit, the treasurer and I shared an email later last week where we received some detail from a funding source from the federal government, and it indicates that future allocations will require a housing needs assessment. Doesn't anywhere in the information include what, as part of a housing needs assessment, they're specifically looking for. But if this is defeated, our ability to say we have one is probably very minimal, and we'll have to figure out how else we can try to package up and say we have that. If we have it, we have something, and we can then potentially check that box with better certainty. So I don't know if the city treasurer would want to add any more. Again, there's not a lot of detail there, but we're starting to see these funding sources come out identifying the need for information around housing.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Malcolm, a question I would have is, if this doesn't pass We're not doing anything with housing moving forward?
Again, I think
That's a very rhetorical
where that
question,
leaves
but-
us is resorting back to the 2019 housing strategy, and we still have a housing position, and we will direct our efforts to things that are already tasked.
Okay,
It's
so
about-
there's still housing stuff that is tasked, and we've got organizations that are working through this as well. Our community-based organization works with over 800 and something houses within the community. So work is still going forward. I just want to make sure that the community, as they're hearing this, don't think that we're stopping, we're not doing anything with housing if this doesn't proceed. Another part of this too is we're a level of government that obviously wants to support and in any way we can and collaborate with other levels of government. But who is actually responsible for housing? What level of government?
Well, I think there's an older narrative that it's the provincial government.
And it is
However,
older.
there are the new language used across the board, in my opinion, is that it's all levels of government.
I couldn't agree more. However, the funding is put supposedly to the province, is supposed to be dealing with the funding source for that. But I agree, we need to be at the table 100% in all levels of government because working collaboratively obviously will get us past that line. But thank you very much for that. Councillor Dodick.
Yeah, Mr. Malcolm, again, I want to clarify an answer you gave to the question. If option 2, which is simply number 1 up there, adopt the updated municipal housing strategy and principle as a guiding document, if that, as a standalone, was passed, you could still go to the powers that be and say, yes, we have a updated municipal housing strategy and we do have a needs assessment. So in fact, removing number 2 doesn't remove that, or at least we'd still be able to say to the government that we have a needs assessment and a municipal housing strategy, which is current.
That is correct. I think that would just rely on this council not just defeating or accepting what SPC recommended, but also bringing forward that option and approving it. Because otherwise it's just defeated and we're left without any direction.
Okay. So for example, I'm going to, not for example, I'm going to ask for a motion to divide. And depending on what happens, number 1 gets approved, number 2 does not. You've still got a municipal housing strategy and a needs assessment.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Carlson.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's going to be a motion to divide on the debate, and so I think we'll debate each one individually, and so I will keep my questions to that.
All right, I see no further questions. Oh, I do. Councillor Crowson.
So let's ask a process question here, might be to the city clerk. If number 2 goes down in defeat and we don't take this forward to the operating budget by administration, that wouldn't stop a member of council from bringing every single one forward at budget anyways, would it? And so it would sort of be nonsense to pull the 2 apart when that would be happening anyways. Rhetorical question. Don't worry, Mr. Matthews.
All right. Well, we can have 10,000 come forward. I mean, that's definitely true. No further questions. So to open debate, Councillor Carlson. Or
If there's going to be a
sorry,
motion,
I do have another question. Is it question or debate? Okay.
I was going to say if there's going to be a motion to divide, we'll probably debate each item separately. So I'll thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion to divide. And if there's no objection to that, by general consent, that's fine. Motion to divide? All right. Then that will happen. We'll divide 1 and 2.
There we are. I'll open debate. Most of the preamble I gave was my debate. I trust my colleagues do see the wisdom of having a municipal housing strategy as a guiding document. I'm hopeful we can get my colleagues' support on this, and I'll call for the vote unless there's further debate.
I do see debate. Councillor Palladino.
It's just,
This is just on item 1.
Oh, okay.
Divided, so adopt in principle as a guiding document.
So we're not going to debate the whole thing then?
No, we will debate the second one after. This is the first one that we're going to vote on.
Okay.
Councillor Crowson?
A couple of years ago, a very smart group of 9 people created a document that says they were going to create safe and secure housing for everyone, and that they needed to review housing needs and create a municipal housing strategy. And I hope that group of 9 people are as smart today as they were when they created that just after the past election, because of course, this is our actual council strategic plan that I am relating to there. We know housing is an incredible need in our community. And whether it is our physician recruitment plan, whether it is our plan to have workers to support the economic development of our community, whether it's to ensure that there is affordability for everyone, from children to families to seniors, housing is an essential part of that. And I hope my colleagues will support this and get this municipal housing strategy passed.
Any further debate? I do see Councillor Dodick. Go ahead.
Okay, I wasn't going to debate it. I was just going to put my hand in support of it. But I want to make a comment about, talking about very smart people coming up with housing strategies and things of that nature. I'm going to support this only because I'm curious to see what sort of strange realities the federal government is going to try to impose on us based on what I referred to as an April 4 article in the Calgary Herald, where they basically were putting the gun to Calgary's head and saying you have to blanket rezone unless to get some money, which sort of takes away from a person's home is their own castle, and people being able to rely on the zoning for which they purchased the property. But I just want to make some comments about the housing strategy itself, which I will support. This one, number 1, but in a July 18, 2024 article in the Calgary Herald, the author writes, quote, "One of the things I hear most often from Calgarians is the city community engagement process is a sham and that city politicians and planners don't listen to them," close quote. Now, I don't think it's a sham, but rather the engagement process we have and have used forever simply is not a real reflection of what the wider community wants or needs. The process is well-intentioned, but any conclusions reached are very suspect. I've heard council members say that we allow citizens to have input as if somehow that suggests that if they haven't provided input, that those that have somehow had spoken have actually spoken for the extremely silent minority. That presupposes, or the ability to engage with the public presupposes that citizens have the time to read through a housing strategy and needs assessment. It is 250 pages long, and then show up at council meetings to ask the tough questions or any questions. I had to read it twice, and there was a lot of things in there that concerned me, and this questioning could have gone on for much longer. So, in the issue before us today, 209 people showed up from a variety of organizations to participate in engagement. That's great. They were invited participants, and it looks like only about half showed up. And so we have this guiding document in principle with many objectives and many actions that really may sort of bind us in the sense that, boy, they went through all that work and maybe we should go along with it. So I am not satisfied with the engagement process. I don't say it's a sham like the writer in Calgary did. I think it was well-intentioned. But based on what Mr. Malcolm said about how it is important that we adopt the municipal housing strategy in principle as a guiding document is what I'm prepared to do today, and only that today. So this part I will support.
Thank you. Councillor Palladino.
Mr. Mayor, I initially supported this because my understanding was that this document, excuse me, outdates the housing strategy we have today, and that one's like from 2019. It's a guiding document, I understand. It identifies gaps in the city's housing needs, and it describes a variety of housing options along the entire housing continuum, from shelters to supportive housing to home ownership eventually. The strategy includes 5 outcomes, 9 objectives, and 37 actions. And after a review of these actions, developing an implementation plan is the next step, which will return to a future SPC. Up until now, I believe the city has clearly demonstrated that we do support all housing options. However, I am not a fan of forcing increased densities in well-established residential neighborhoods, and that's my biggest fear. I know we've taken it off now. But the location of future multifamily properties should be identified early on in the planning process so that everyone is clear on what can or can't be built on vacant parcels. And proposals for infill projects should still be directed through the traditional rezoning process. The odd basement suite or the second dwelling doesn't terrify me, but I will not support anything that resembles blanket zoning in any neighborhood, in all neighborhoods, as Calgary did. And I'll tell you why. Blanket zoning will disrupt existing development. It puts a strain on existing infrastructure. It increases competition for on-street parking, and it reduces the urban tree canopy. Negatively impacts adjacent properties as well. And I'll end it at that.
Thank you. So for number 1, again, this is split. There's any more debate on the divide, number 1? Seeing none, question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And so we'll move to number 2, the divided number 2, which is direct administration to return to the annual operating budget review at the November Economic and Finance Standing Policy Committee meeting with a proposed implementation plan and associated implementation funding allocation request. And I'll put that over to Councillor Carlson.
There we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' support for the first one. Having the strategy and plan in place is a big step forward that I am much relieved has happened. This next part is just as important to me because it gives some direction. Approving the first one does become, I think Councillor Crowson called it shellfish, because it'll just sit on a shelf. It's not going to be actioned. And unless members of council bring forward individual initiatives, which happened last time. We approved the plan, it sat on a shelf, and it wasn't until we were in, I think it was capital budget that, that Councillor Miyashiro said, and I've got $5 million I want to put towards housing, and it caught us all by surprise. And that's what I would like to avoid, is catching us all by surprise at the last minute. Approving this section doesn't commit council to anything. I want to make that perfectly clear. This plan does not commit to blanket rezoning. It does not. In fact, this council already has a resolution that we are not going to discuss that until the full municipal development plan is brought forward in future years. Actually, we won't even be here. It'll be some other group. So I want to give the comfort there that this does not, approving this does not commit council to anything like that. It's just a fact. I guess we can have alternative facts in our universe too. Why not? But it does not commit to anything like that. For anything like that to come forward, council would have to sit around this table and say, we want blanket zoning of X, Y, Z throughout the city. I don't know how much less opaque I can make that. Yeah, and what does it say, Councillor? It says consider. And what has this council voted on? To not consider it until the MDP is being discussed in the future. It says consider. And And that's what it's asking us to say. And it's giving direction to our administration. I'll say, don't consider that one. Okay? Don't consider it. Don't bring it back, because you know how that vote's going to go. But the other parts of this, I would like you to consider. To say, yeah, you know, if we had a piece of municipal land that could be leveraged into this, and we could do that, and if we had a small funding pot, I want you to consider those, and I want you to bring those back to me, because we know funding or housing is of utmost concern to our community right now. Read the needs assessment. The needs assessment is pretty factual. You don't have to do a lot of public engagement on a needs assessment. You look at the facts. How many people are here? How many people need housing? You talk to the housing providers and you say, what are you hearing? Lethbridge Housing is, yes, you have 800 units. What are your wait lists? Green Acres, yes, you have 600 units. What are your wait lists? These are facts. And not addressing them right now is just saying, we'll delay. I remember after the last election, we sat around in orientation, and many newly elected people called us, previous council, the council that dithered, the council that was wishy-washy, the council that did nothing, the council that didn't approve a housing strategy, the council that didn't act on the shelter. I remember those conversations in the NMAX Center when we said, oh, wishy-washy, dithers, did nothing. And I said, I'll take that bullet. You're right. We chickened out. I don't want this council to be the same council that chickens out. We've got a chance here to move housing forward. It may cost $8, it may cost $0, there may be a lot of stuff we can do. But I'd like to look at it and say, administration, at least look at some things. Bring back some things. Don't consider blanket rezoning. Okay? But the other ones, please consider it. Please consider it, and please bring back some recommendations. Otherwise, it's going to be up to Belinda and me to go and sit and go, okay, what can we do? And then take the city manager's time and take your time without council direction and try and figure something out. I don't want to waste that time. I hope my colleagues will support this. I really want to move forward on this. I really don't want to delay over some perceived boogeyman of what the federal government is going to impose on us. Oh, this is going to be blanket rezoning. It is not. And I'll say that again. Do not consider that. I think you've got clear direction on that from all of council. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
See, and I didn't have to buy a ticket to theater for that one. That was very, very well. Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
That was quite entertainment. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Carlson. The first city housing plan that I'm aware of in Lethbridge dates back to 1919. The city has been involved in housing for well over 100 years. And yes, it is provincial jurisdiction, but the city has found, again, if you actually want to keep workers, if you want to keep post-secondary students, if you want to get physicians, if you want all of those other plans that we talk about, people are not going to move to a city where they can't afford housing or can't find housing. Housing is absolutely vital to everything we do. And yes, if this doesn't pass, I will be putting in a lot of hours for the governance committee to count as I sit down again with the city manager and with all the staff and have to bring these forward one by one. Because if they are essential, they are essential. They are something we need to have. And the city has, over the years, so many ways we've supported housing. We donated 125 acres for veterans housing during the Second World War. If we look back to how many lots the city has sold for $1 historically in order to help with different housing groups, a lot of what we do for housing isn't around zoning. It is about the land that we own. It's about providing the structure. It's about getting the right groups around the table. The city has a lot of options. Now, am I 100% sold on every action that we see in here? Absolutely not. Am I 100% sold on actually providing what our community needs? Absolutely. We know we need housing. We know it's essential. And that last plan, the one that we had, it was shelved. We did act as a shellfish community. We created a plan, but it never actually got implemented. And a plan with no implementation is a waste of everybody's time. If we actually counted up the amount of hours our staff have put into this and then discount all that time, we almost could build a house. I'm sure we could build more than a house with that time. So the prudent use of money is to not only have a plan, but send staff away to bring back really good budget initiatives. Now, will I vote for them in November? I have no idea. I need to see our overall financial position in November and everything else that's on the table. But I'd much rather look at it in a comprehensive way and actually think about it in a smart way in November rather than piecemeal. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Thank you. I just want to let the gallery know we're just finishing. We should be finishing this debate. I'm hoping I've got 4 other folks in the queue here by about 10 past. I know we're supposed to start at 3 o'clock with the public hearings, but it will just be a few more minutes, and we hope to be wrapped up here soon. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I thought I was the acting mayor. No. I'll be very brief. I think what Deputy Mayor Carlson said is very, very profound and exactly what needs to be said. Key points: a guiding document, give direction to consider. Next step, to consult with key community stakeholders. We need this. Simple as that. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Oak.
Just briefly, I still don't see out of this second component of the resolution the adoption component of the second recommendation, which I'm a lot more comfortable with. The second comment that I have, I would just ask my colleague, Deputy Mayor Carlson, his comment was, and please characterize this in any way you want, but you indicated that Councillor Miyashiro had $5 million that he was prepared. Can you just, he didn't have $5 million.
No, he sprung it on us at budget. It was an over-the-wall. I'd rather have some preparation rather than somebody just saying, let's pull $5 million out of the MRSR and do X.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we did.
That's scary. Thank you.
Councillor Dodek.
As noted earlier, I said I would not be supporting this. I supported the guiding document, which is more than just a guiding document. You can be passionate about it, you can raise your voice about it and say you need the second component, but saying so doesn't make it so. The same problems that were with the housing strategy in terms of who was contacted, how the public engagement occurred, how much quantitative and qualitative information came through applies to the needs assessment. You can look at the needs assessment, which is also many hundreds of pages long, and the same criticisms of the municipal strategy that I have of that. It doesn't, in my view, reflect anything but the views of a small number of people. We've given a guiding document to the administration. They are directed to do certain things. They are directed to come back with less things, but I don't want to direct them to come up with a monetary amount that will come to us in November. So I would ask for council to defeat this aspect of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. Without having this second part, it hinders the strategy's effectiveness in achieving the desired housing outcomes within our community. It can weaken our position with other levels of government, and I would prefer we move forward with a stronger position, having done some of the work on this and considered the budget implications. So I would like to see administration come forward with some budget requests and some dollars added to this. Housing keeps turning up as one of the most important priorities in every study we've received over the past 6 months. We need to make housing a priority, and this is our opportunity to do this. I will be supporting this.
Thank you. We heard from administration that by supporting number 1, we can move forward. I couldn't agree more. We will be moving forward by supporting number 1. Number 2, for that reason, I will not be supporting number 2. And with that, I'll turn it back to the mover, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank my colleagues for the great discussion and debate and approving the municipal housing strategy in principle. I really appreciate that. I do hope you will consider voting for this, as it doesn't commit council to anything. What it does do is give direction to our administration to go and find some things that they can bring forward this fall that then council gets the chance to commit to. Without approving this, it just sits on a shelf. It doesn't go forward. Our staff already said they don't have the funding to do anything here without council's support. And so what this says, and sorry, Councillor Middleton, that is what I heard perhaps.
Just let him finish up. Point of order.
You can do a point of order. They can do some work with our partners and stuff, but they can't action any of these items. They can't use city land. They cannot do anything that has a budget behind it. And we know that to get housing moved forward in our community, we're going to have to put some skin in the game. We say that all the time to our partners. Where's your skin in the game? We know what we want to achieve, and let's bring some skin forward. Let's say, yeah, go away administration, bring back two things, not blanket zoning, but come back with a couple things that we could say, yeah, we'll put in $1,000 here, $1 there for the land, whatever it is, to move something forward. But without that coming forward, council's not going to have anything to move this forward. It just delays it again. I don't want to be a council of delay. I want to be a council of action, a council that's forward thinking and saying, let's get her done. So a year and 6 months from now, who's ever sitting around this table, I don't want the incoming council to say to them like it was said to me, you were a council of delay, a council of ditherers, a council that didn't move things forward. And that's why when we sat down and built our strategic plan, as Councillor Crowson said, one of the things we said is update the housing strategy and get some things done. That was 3 years ago, and it was important then. It's even more important now. So let's not delay. We're not committing to anything. We're saying, go away and bring us back some things that we can get done. And I want to get stuff done. So please support this. Thank you.
All right. Question has been called. All in favor for number 2? And those opposed? All right. Sorry, by roll call. If we could.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't see everyone's hand go up at some point. Okay, well, that's good. Councillor Dodick?
Opposed?
Councillor Middleton Hope?
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino?
Opposed.
Councillor Parker?
Favor.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel?
In favor?
Acting Mayor Campbell?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Carlson?
In favor.
Mayor Higgin?
Opposed.
Councillor Crowson?
Ooh, I've done the math. Which way shall I go? In favor? Call for a recess. In favor.
So the motion is carried 5-4.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll just take a quick break here to prepare for the public hearings. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much for your patience, those in the gallery. We'll start off with Bylaw 6442. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 6442. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling on Tyson Boylan, the Senior Community Planner, to provide background to the case, and anyone else who wishes to speak to this bylaw will then be called upon. We'll ask 3 times if there's anyone else that wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed, and consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call on Mr. Boylan to provide background to the case. Thank you, Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This is Bylaw 6442. It's a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 1163 Abitibi Road West, which is in the Crossings neighborhood. The slide above describes the applicant and the purpose for today's rezoning from RM to a direct control district. The applicant is present to answer questions about this development, as is Mr. Ahmed Ali from the city's transportation, or the city's transportation engineering manager, to answer transportation questions as well. So the proposed amendment area is outlined in green, as is shown above at the intersection of Abitibi Road and Devonia Circle. It is on the northern edge of development in the Crossings neighborhood and lies just to the south of a yet undeveloped portion of Gary Station. Along Abitibi Road to the south is the Crossings playground, and even further south of this is the future Holy Spirit Elementary School that was subject to a rezoning, if you recall, just this past March.
Mr. Boylan, can you speak just a little closer to the mic?
Oh,
there?
sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that okay? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So here are some site photos. The top left photo is looking northwards down Abitibi Road. The existing park and playground are on the left-hand side, and a good deal of the homes here are developed. The subject site is way at the far back, on the right behind all those homes. And the bottom right photo is taken looking northwards right across the site. The lands to the north are currently undeveloped at this time, and the public school that is currently being built in Gary Station can be seen just way in the far background here. So this slide shows the existing and the proposed land use districts. The site was previously rezoned to RM in 2020 and joined with the parcel next to it to attract the development of a daycare. The existing RM district allows for childcare minor, which only allows for a maximum of 50 children at one time. The applicant wants to establish a daycare program as well as a before and after school program on the site, which would require an increase to accommodate up to 95 children. So a direct control district that is unique to the site was drafted to allow more children than possible under the current zoning, while also adding a maximum limit of 95 children at one time. Aside from this, all other uses and regulations are the same as is currently allowed under the existing RM district. Traffic impact assessment that looked at the impact of the proposed development was completed as part of the rezoning application and is included as an item in the meeting agenda. To summarize, it found that there would be minimal impact on the road network and parking from the additional traffic both now and into the future. For comparables, the Aslan Daycare is similar to the site as it is located at the intersection of Jerry Potts Boulevard and Red Crow Boulevard in a residential neighborhood, which is Indian Battle Heights. It was approved in the early 80s as childcare major and is licensed for up to 100 children. A search made by department staff found no land use complaints on file for Aslan Daycare. So the application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it complies with the policies that are shown above, including locating amenities such as childcare to meet for increased demand. In regard to the MDP, Policy 113 is supportive of the proposed direct control district in regard to allowing residents to access their daily needs in proximity to where they live. And the governing ASP and outline plan also both state that the neighborhood should accommodate needed community services and childcare. So for notification, mails are sent out to 11 owners of the parcel shown on the green hatched areas above. Ads appeared in the Herald, and this was also advertised for the public on the city's website. The applicant informs me that they also conducted door-to-door engagements with nearby property owners, and they can answer questions about this activity. I received 4 inquiries from nearby landowners or the public about this bylaw as of today, and 1 has made a submission to today's agenda, I see. So in conclusion, bylaw 6442 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area, and a recommendation is on the slide above. Thank you.
Again, the applicant is here to answer any questions, but are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? As a reminder, the presenters will have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. Please come forward, state your name. And this is on the current bylaw 6442, correct? Okay.
This daycare will be. We don't oppose it under existing bylaws, but we do oppose the increase to 95 at this time. And that is because we have the advantage of living on that corner and knowing that because the city has routed traffic on Abitibi along a newly created section of road. Somebody told me it was temporary. I'm not sure that it is. It's named Halifax Way West. And so that is now being used as a effectively commuting road so that the traffic comes at often a good speed down this new section and then joins onto Abitibi at the south end by going through what is effectively like the narrow end of an hourglass on Abitibi Road. And so traffic then coming out from Abitibi Road into this intersection and entering it, from our observations, is often less than safe. No, it's not less than safe for me because I'm an age I am where I know I can look after myself. But to put parents dropping off potentially as many as 95 kids in front of where that site will be before you get Abitibi Road completed doesn't strike me as being very prudent. Now, as I said, we don't oppose there being a daycare there. I think daycares are needed and important for this community. But we are really concerned for the safety issues relating to drop-off and pick-up for children in what is basically a bit of a dead end on Abitibi Road at the present time. So anyway, you'll do what you want to do, but that's our concern. Not for ourselves, it's for the safety of children ingressing and egressing that site until you get Abitibi Road completed and there is adequate visibility or better visibility than there is now.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody else? Please come forward, state your name.
I live across the place too where it's going to be built up. I think
Can I get your name first, please?
My name is Marvin. I think...
And last name?
Quiroz.
Okay.
I think what they use for comparable is like, because they're going to build 2 schools in between. I think it's unfair to use that comparable where they use 100 heads of daycare as a comparable, because they don't really have a school in between. So I think they need to use other comparables because the traffic there is going to be more on that one. That's all my concern. Because right now the traffic is heavy without that. Everybody passes there. That's all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the public wish to please come forward, state your name?
Hi, my name is Carla Conti, and I live on Caledonia Place West, so directly in that neighborhood. which is a neighborhood with lots of young families. I'm a mother of 4 who does require childcare and before and after school care. And I do know that on the west side, there's plenty of wait lists and there's barely any before and after school care. And it being an up and coming community, we need it. We really, really need those services. And there's already going to be a school there, another one in Gary Station. It is going to be more busy at certain times, but I, as someone who lives in that location, do trust in the safety, and I trust in the safety of parents to try to keep their kids safe, to address any traffic concerns. But I do know that there has been a traffic study done in favor of having the daycare there as well. And the daycare has been approved. From 50 to 95, I don't see that as being very pertinent. The service is very essential and really needed so that me and my husband can be active contributors to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anyone else in the gallery who wishes to speak to this? For a second time, is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to make a presentation to this bylaw? And for a third and final time, is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to make a presentation on this bylaw? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. I do have one question for Mr. Boylan, if I could. Mr. Boylan, yes. A question came forward about rerouting of roadways, et cetera. Can you tell us what administration and what your team has done with, I'm sure this is a question that would have came prior to being here right now. Do you have an answer to that? As far as the rerouting, community road, some of the traffic, what is happening there?
Sure. For that, I will call upon my colleague, Mr. Ahmed Ali. He can better answer that, I think.
So about the traffic there, we asked the applicant to undertake a traffic impact study. They retained a consultant to do a professional traffic impact study. The primary concerns were future traffic and the parking situation. So typically what we see, traffic is not such a major concern for this kind of development because, the number of vehicles that come out of this development will not be significant to impact the overall traffic. The area traffic study has been done when the outline plan was undertaken, and everything is covered to address the traffic generation for future. So typically we have parking concerns, so we made recommendations that all the employee parking be provided within the site for 95 kids. So they have a calculation method for number of employees from the Alberta government guidelines, and then all those parking will be provided based on our recommendation within the site. For drop-off, there are 6 spaces right next to the site. And based on the traffic consultant's recommendation, they should be sufficient, and we don't see any parking impact in the area. As far as the existing traffic concern is concerned, because of the current situation, the closure of the 30th Street, the traffic goes into this area. We recently did a comprehensive traffic count and speed study in the area, and we are not concerned about this. So I have the numbers here. On Abitibi Road, next to this site, the maximum of 76 plus 21, so 97 vehicles in morning peak hour. That was the maximum amount of traffic. And this won't continue forever because the future plan, this is a very minor, small road. Abitibi Road does not continue to be a major road. So the volume itself is not really heavy. But if I live there and I had nobody coming in front of my house, and now, when we rerouted this, we have now 100 vehicles going in front of my house. Although in real terms, it's not huge, but the way people perceive is, probably people who live there, they see that there is huge amount of traffic. We also did a speed measurement, and it's close to 50 kilometers, which is not Abitibi, but on Caledonia, we had some concerns there. It is at the speed limit. Generally, that's what we find on all, collector roads, the speed is around 50 kilometers.
Well, I need to ask you, to the traffic during peak hours, understanding that this area is not developed right now, correct? And so I'm just wondering, as far as peak hours, that's peak hours now, not forecasting 2-3 years when this is built out, I take it, correct?
So we have a traffic study done at outline plan, and it has the full bill for another 30 years. So even at that traffic, when we add this extra, traffic generated from this side, it's not significant.
Okay. And I do have a question from Councillor Dodick. Councillor.
It's a question to the city solicitor. This creates a little bit of a problem for me because traffic has been raised as an issue and reference has been made to a traffic study report that is not part of this hearing. So from my perspective is how can we actually make a decision today without actually having access to a document that is being relied upon to answer some pretty significant questions with respect to something that has been raised by a member of the public.
When new information arises at the public hearing, my advice is to have that information tabled, re-advertise the hearing, and continue it so that the public has the opportunity to comment on the same information that council is considering.
So would that apply in this particular case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would that apply in this particular case?
If council wished to consider the traffic impact assessment referred to and have that tabled, that would be my advice, yes.
No choice.
Ms. Gehring?
So the traffic impact assessment is in the agenda package.
Is it in the package?
13.1.1.
I believe it's in a large, really large file titled bylaw 6442, and there's like hundreds of pages in that with everything from the first public or the first one, yeah. Taking that one.
Okay. It's going deep, deep, deep into first reading, then back. All right, continue with questions. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Higgin. I'd like to actually ask a question of the applicant.
Sure.
So if the applicant wouldn't mind coming forward? So one of the questions that I've been thinking about is the 95. To a lot of people, that seems like a lot of children. I mean, most people don't want to be around 95 children. Why 95? Why not 50? So why that number instead of the 50 you could go with?
Want to answer it? Well, so right now we currently
If you can just speak very close to the mic, thank you.
Right in there.
So sorry, right now we currently operate a center of 120 children. So being excited to do a daycare, another one on the west side, we know from many parents, even on the current center that we operate, that before and after school is a very huge need. Not only just in general in the city, but especially on the west side. There's not a lot of daycares on the west side, and a lot of the after school programs have a lot of wait lists. So for us, to be able to include before and after school program is something that we can not only help, existing parents that attend our current center that live on the west side, but all of the families that live in that community that have a lot of young children and are waiting to get into places like that. So if we can have a daycare that operates, a facility that operates both before and after school and daycare, then parents can just come, they can pick up at one place. They don't have to worry about going to two separate locations. We're going to be beside, two future schools, which is optimal for having that close proximity to being able to walk to the schools, pick the children up, and bring them back to a place where a parent, and for us, with our current center that we operate, we have an enrollment policy that regards around siblings. So a lot of the children, I would say almost majority, are siblings. So when the parents are going to pick up from before and after school and daycare, most often they're going to be picking up 2 children or 3 out of the same family. So we want to be able to just make a little bit of a larger impact and help as much as we can, because we know that from our current facility, we get asked all the time, are you guys going to be doing an after-school program? Are you going to be doing transport? What's it going to look like? And we hear that all the time. And, operating a daycare for, well, I've been with young children for close to 20 years and operating a center now for close to 7 years. I understand the need. So that is the primary basis for going up and increasing to that amount. Because when we go to 95, what that means is that there's not all the time where you're going to have 95 children all at once. They're going to be, majority, it's going to be spread out. You're going to be dropping off at the school, and then they're going to be gone most of the day, and then you're going to be picking up. So we just want to be able to have that capacity so it can meet the ratios that we need to build and design the facility.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you for that. No. So 95 may not always be there, but that's sort of from a government perspective, you need to have that in order to make the programs you want to have.
Exactly.
You've heard the concerns of some of the neighbors about the parking. You're on Jerry Potts already with another facility, which is another busy road and further away from a school, but there's a school there as well. How do you operationalize your activities to make sure you address the parking concerns and the traffic concerns?
Well, I think we would have, an open discussion with all of our parents and just, really designate the areas for pickup and drop off. And if we're going to be picking up children from nearby schools, which we wouldn't be providing transport via vehicle, we would be walking. So we wouldn't be increasing the traffic, with the vehicles. We would be walking because the schools are in such close proximity. So we would obviously have, design in our program plan, which you have to have ready prior to even opening a daycare. So everything has to be planned and organized. And we would really have those discussions with not only our staff, which would all be parking on site. We wouldn't be taking away from the surrounding neighborhood. And, with being on a corner lot, we would be able to have those discussions with the parents that they can park on either side of the facility. And knowing that on average, we're probably at that capacity, given what our current capacity is, we would probably estimate in between 2 to 4 vehicles at peak hours. And with parents only being there for 3 to 5 minutes at each time, we know it's going to be quick and fast, and it will probably, parents aren't going to spend too long. And so with the spread of the waves of parents coming in and out starting 3 o'clock in the afternoon and 6:30 in the morning, peak hours are 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning, and between 4 and 5 in the afternoon in the nighttime. So, we would be planning all those activities around pickup and drop off, but making sure that everything is obviously safe, and we have to plan all that accordingly with our license and making sure we have a proper program in place. Program plan, sorry.
Will you be open on weekends?
No.
So when they're having parties, your area around you would provide parking for the neighbors as much as you might be using parking?
Yeah, we would not be open on weekends. Yeah, so no. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mayor Higgins.
Thank you. Mr. Lowen?
To close the loop on the prior question, I believe the numbers, what I wasn't sure of is the numbers that Mr. Ali referred to are in that document. They are, and so that everything has been advertised and properly posted. There'd be no need to re-advertise on that basis.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton-Hope.
Thank you, and thank you for the illumination that you provided. I, too, have spent lots of time at daycares, not as a participant with grandkids. You're looking at doubling the size of your operation, and it is a need. There's no question about it. My concern is about safety. You have characterized the drop-off and the pickup. I think you have provided some insights that are perhaps somewhat gentle in terms of the chaotic behavior that often besets daycare centers where you have multiple parents, multiple vehicles, all arriving at the same time. You've indicated that it is unlikely that people would stay more than 2 or 3 minutes. I know from personal experience sometimes that stretches into 10 or longer because a child does not want to stay at the daycare. So my concern with respect to your characterization of the traffic flow and so forth, I think is understating the potential concerns. So would you agree with me that there are peak peak periods of time that it becomes extremely chaotic for parents to drop off and pick up their kids, try and wrangle them out of your facility and get them into car seats and so forth. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that, there is a lot of times where it can be chaotic, but every day is different. The pickup and drop off times are so spread out, and I would say on a 3-hour period each day, in the morning and in the night. So when you're going to have a peak times, I would say estimate for me what our current center is. At our peak times, we see anywhere from 5 to 7 cars at one time. And because our parking lot can handle it, it doesn't seem to be so chaotic.
Right. My concern is about on the street.
Sorry?
On the street, so dropping off on the street in front of your property.
So walking the children into the street or into the parking?
Yep.
So with the way that we're situated on the corner lot, if they're able to drop off and pick up safely, they would park appropriately, walk around their car, pick up their children from the sidewalk and walk directly into the facility.
Okay.
I don't, and for parents that are going to have an extended period of time at the daycare, we would have that conversation prior and say, if you are wanting to be here a little bit longer, or, maybe I have, some parents that want to have a meeting, there's a park just, a 2-minute walk down the street, they can park there if they want to spend a little bit more time, so that we know that we're still, having adequate space for the other parents.
Okay. So we're dealing with optimum conditions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to say too, with that park down the street, it would be the same chaotic behavior out of the kids coming out of the vehicles with the parents going to the park as it would be going into the childcare center.
I appreciate that.
So in our TIA, I think they reference that there hasn't been any collisions reported there or pedestrian traffic hazard.
All right, thank you. So my next question, Your Worship, is for Mr. Ahmed. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ali, yeah. So, Mr. Ali, you've indicated that currently the traffic flow in Abitibi in particular is less than optimal at this particular point. We know that it's going to ramp up as there are additional properties being built out in that particular area. Is that correct?
No, I said, before the rerouting happened after 30th Street, there was no traffic there. And now we have about 100 vehicles.
Okay. So we've increased traffic. Have we as a city also redesignated, if you will, and perhaps the language is inappropriate, but work with me on this. We have moved from 30th Street as a primary feeder route north-south to Abitibi Road. Is that correct?
It's a temporary measure.
30th Street will not be a
temporary measure because there is overall plan which has the road network. So Aquitania Boulevard will be the primary road.
Okay. So what's going to, because I've been informed by administration previously that Abitibi Road will become a primary feeder route. Is that not correct?
No, it's a local road.
Okay. So it's still a secondary road.
Yeah.
We're not anticipating that there will be additional pressures in terms of traffic on Abitibi Road.
No, a local road can take up to 2,000 vehicles a day. So it's right now around 1,000 vehicles a day.
Yeah. So do we know, when you say 2,000 vehicles a day, that sounds like a lot. Do we have any sense?
That's the capacity of a local road.
Yeah, okay. So do we have any sense of how many vehicles are passing through that area during their peak hours of operation, the 8 to 9 and the 4 to 5 area?
Yeah, that's what we did account for another concern, for public concern, not for this project. Good. And we found that on Abitibi we had 100 vehicles maximum during the morning peak period. And
was 100?
Yeah, 100 vehicles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So, okay. You've answered my question. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. My question is to the proponent, the developer, to you folks there. You say you own another one on Jerry Potts. Which one is it, the one on Jerry Potts? Just so I know I have a comparable here.
Just to clarify, it's not on Jerry Potts.
Okay.
That's the one they did the study on. That's a 100-kid childcare center. We own 120. It's called Roos 100 Acre Wood in South Lethbridge.
Oh, okay. So I think this is an exciting project, and I think we had a good conversation at our last SPC in regards to childcare and daycare, and I know our administration is working very hard to find appropriate locations and all that. So my question is, I had 2 boys that went through daycare. I'll just drop the name right now, Aslan Daycare. It's a place that has 100 people, 100 kids in it. And to be honest with you, if you went in there, you would never think there was 100 kids in there. I can't believe they actually have kids sleeping, all of them sleeping almost at the same time. So it's amazing how they do it. But my question to you folks, to Ms. Gehring is, Ms. Gehring, is this something very comparable to Aslan Daycare, where that's the corner of Jerry Potts and Red Crow? Would this be something similar?
So I think definitely in terms of the numbers, it would be similar. I think what you're looking at Jerry Potts and Red Crows, they're both boulevards, so they carry even higher amounts of traffic than what Abitibi would be carrying. So
And-
just to keep that in mind, I think one of the issues we have with the incomplete neighborhoods of both the crossings and Gary Station is that the entire road network isn't in place. And eventually when that road network is in place, then of course the residents that are there will notice a lessening of traffic as people pick better routes to take, so.
Okay. So would you agree, Ms. Gehring, through the city manager, this, if approved, would fit our planning and our strategicness and the appropriateness of daycares as we expand in the community? Would you say this is the most appropriate location?
This is a good location in terms of the school being nearby, the park being nearby, the demographics of what we see happening in new communities. So yes, we would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Dodick?
Yeah, I didn't realize we were in the development permit stage as opposed to zoning issues. My question is to administration. This was zoned RM, so presumably when we were building out this area and had a permitted use of 50 for a daycare center, there must have been a reason why it was set at 50 versus 100. Do you know why?
So Councillor Dodick, it was set at 50 because under the RM district, the only childcare use that's allowable under that is childcare minor, which only allows for up to 50 children at one time. The applicant wants to have more than this.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying when that area was developed, you've got this bare area of land, you develop it residential, RM, you allow for 50, so presumably at that time, whoever was in planning thought it was wise to limit daycare to a maximum of 50. Would that be a correct assumption?
I think the developer, Opportunity Lethbridge, saw that as an appropriate thing to market to. But they've since found other people who want to add additional children onto that as well too. And they've come back. They've done a traffic study for that, and that confirms that is still okay as well.
I think you're missing what the point of my question. The point of my question is that it's zoned RM, so people buying homes in that area, and I see that it's not completely filled out, but there are a number of homes there.
Yeah.
So their expectation would be that, I'm looking at the zoning here. I know that at this particular location or at the zoning that has RM, I know that there's going to be no more than 50 children are allowed in a daycare. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, so if they were, now there's also, for the rezoning, just like any other rezoning, there's also public consultation as well too.
I understand that, but if someone who has
Councillor Dodick, I see as well, to maybe answer the question, sorry, Ms. Gehring could help answer that. I see your hand going up and up, so I don't know if maybe she could answer. It's up to yourself if they could.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you to Councillor Dodick. When Opportunity Lethbridge did the rezoning to RM, I think they were realizing that there was a pent-up demand that they hadn't contemplated at the outline plan stage. And Mr. Boylan is correct. The only opportunity in RM was for childcare minor. So as stated during the other presentation on childcare initiatives that Opportunity Lethbridge brought forward, we realize that childcare is an evolving sort of a situation in Alberta, and some of the requirements around childcare have changed. What some of the operators are dealing with have changed in the past year or two. And so to be constantly current with that type of situation is hard from a regulatory perspective. And that's why we have processes like rezoning that allow us to make changes as long as we have notified people, as long as we have done proper engagement, as long as a body such as yourselves hears that. But we are trying to catch up. We are trying to meet the need that's out there and to work within the changes that the province has instituted for operators as well. So if we had just started from scratch, it would have been nice to have childcare major allowed here, but unfortunately, that's something that we need to look at in phase 2 of our land use bylaw review.
Okay, again, that is not responsive to the question. What I'm trying to get at, and by the way, Opportunity Lethbridge is the city of Lethbridge, but what I'm trying to get at is people who bought property there in that area and have built existing homes there, if they bought into an RM district, they had at least the expectation that at that time that daycare facilities were limited to 50 children. That's all I'm saying is, yeah, I bought into that area, that's my expectation, and now there's a request for a change. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be fair.
Mr. Ali, at the end of your report, it says infrastructure upgrades to the study intersection may be needed in the future due to the development of the adjacent area. What kind of infrastructure upgrades might be needed?
So the future, we already have those recommendations from the outline plan as well. So we will have 4-way stop control at 2 intersections close to the school. So that's our new practice. And we also have some enhanced control pedestrian crossings for the school as well. And the whole area will become a playground zone 365 days a year. So the speed will be reduced to 30 kilometers per hour. So that will happen within the short term of 1 to 5 years.
Okay, so that is the only infrastructure upgrades that would be possible as a result of the increased number of children in a daycare from 50 to 95?
It's not related to daycare. It's the overall site development and overall development in the area.
Yeah. And that cost will be the cost to the citizens of Lethbridge?
That's true.
Thank you.
Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the owners or developers.
Can you speak tighter to the mic there, Councillor Palladino? Thanks.
I know what a microphone is.
Did you cover your mouth?
Yeah. All right, thanks.
We're going to show you how to speak to them, too.
Speak in the mic.
Do you need Toastmasters?
Or Carlson.
Use your hands.
Yeah, I've had enough of him. Quick question. How much staff is required for 95 kids?
11.
7?
11.
11, okay. And so you've got them pretty much covered in the parking plan that comes off the back alley there, the side alley there.
Sorry?
Comes off that side alley, your parking for the
Yes.
7, okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
You're done with questions, Councillor Palladino? All right. Councillor Parker.
Councillor Dodick was stating that we're mixing rezoning with development permits. But this is actually quite different because this is a direct control. So the two do go hand in hand. Am I correct in that, Ms. Gehring?
So it is common with direct control districts to have some development standards within the bylaw.
Okay, so it's different than a development permit because this is a DC. The questions that we ask in regards to the appropriateness, in regards to strategic plans in our land development, it is appropriate then to ask those kind of questions in regards to our direction as a corporation?
So at this particular time, we're not talking about the development permit and where the building sits on the property. We're just talking about the use of the land.
And that's important here because direct control here gives certainty to the surrounding neighborhood that something's going to occur and it isn't going to be something different. That's why we have a direct control versus a regular development permit, which could be some discretion to that, right?
Well, there still will be a development permit required. So at this point, this district is perhaps more specific than a regular district that has a variety of permitted and discretionary uses. So it is a little bit tighter than in terms of one of our regular land use districts in the bylaw.
But direct control gives more certainty where it doesn't really allow you to do too much. Direct control is this is what you're going to do with the land. Am I correct?
It is a bylaw that's specific to the parcel, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I see no further questions in the queue. So hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. And I would like to find out from my colleagues if I was just going to say, we're in one meeting here, still a city council meeting. Is it okay if we move forward with this after each bylaw? Okay, perfect. That's great. That's what I'd like to hear. All right, so we'll
Second reading. Mayor Higgin.
been quite some time since we've heard this. I want to make sure that everybody recalls the public hearing we've just had. That's a joke, really. It's all right. Relax out a little bit there. No.
You are correct. You are correct,
Thank
sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, and I'm happy to be able to sponsor this. I know I had two children, as Councillor Parker had mentioned as well, went through daycare, and I found the importance of this, and it's extremely important, especially, and something that I know that we struggled with is the after-school care. We've went to BLAST and some of these other programs, so I thank you very much for bringing this to council and to have this hopefully, as you can tell the direction I'm going, the hopeful support of council to move forward with this zoning. So with that, I see Councillor Dodic is still in the queue.
I expect I'll be in the minority. I won't be supporting this. I never like changes in zoning when there's been an expectation of landowners to be in a particular zoning. So we just see so many of these. You go RM to direct control, commercial direct control, industrial to direct control. I appreciate there's only been a couple of complaints against this, but that's not the reason not to vote against this. Changes in zoning are always a bad idea. I always take the view that there was a reason why there was the zoning of RM in the first place, and then changing it because it seems like a feel-good project isn't enough to sway me. So I'll be against it, but I know I'll lose.
There, now I'm on. Thank you. Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. My observations are that this was a daycare. It was designated as a daycare. It's just grown. I'm satisfied that the comments in regards to safety have been met, and let's hope that that continues forward. There are exceptions, and sometimes they make sense, and in this case, in my opinion, it does.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much. I will be supporting this. We've heard that there are a shortage of spaces throughout the city for daycare spaces, so certainly this adds to helping us out in that aspect. Traffic is not expected to be a significant concern during peak hours. That was also in the report. Staff proactively worked on this site, and we have a precedent with Aslan Daycare, so I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
I will be supporting this. I'd like to think that everybody makes the first decision as the best decision ever. But of course, we do need sober second thought and we need to review things. Our community is changing. What people need are changing. Zoning will always change because that is how zoning works. Otherwise, the MGA wouldn't allow us to change zoning if there wasn't a recognition that zoning must change when required. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I, too, will be in support of this. I was considering voting with Councillor Dodic just so he doesn't get mad at me in my earlier theatrics. But I will be voting in favor. Mayor Higgin to close.
Just in closing, I just wanted to add one thing. I know it's a safety issue that we have heard as far as picking up and dropping off, and I just want to make sure that those that are the applicants have taken that information from some neighbors and will find the most appropriate way to keep safety as a top priority, of course, for those children. So with that, I'd call for the vote.
Thank you. The vote has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Now moving to third reading. Thank you. It's been a while since I've been in the big chair. For third reading, also from Mayor Higgin, be it resolved that bylaw 6442, the land use bylaw amendment, re 1163, Abitibi Road be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same.
Question.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, we are on to the next public hearing. Bylaw 6443, land use bylaw amendment. This is regarding, I know we've got a few different bylaws today, 925, public hearings, 925 15th Street South. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6443, land use bylaw amendment regarding 925 15th Street South. The procedure will be similar to that of the previous. We'll begin by calling on Genesis Molesky, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the bylaw will then be called upon. We'll ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed, and consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. So I now call on Genesis Molesky to provide a background to the case.
It's on. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Bylaw 6443 is a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property at 925 15th Street South. The applicant is Streets Alive Family Support Association. The purpose of Bylaw 6443. Yep. The purpose of Bylaw 6443 is to allow supportive housing at this location for up to 32 residents. This is achieved by rezoning from high-density residential to direct control. The property in question is located in the Victoria Park neighborhood. Here, I've included an aerial photograph showing the footprint of the building as well as the footprint of surrounding properties. Getting closer to the site, this is the front of the building, the front and side of the building, and the rear of the building. Here are 2 maps showing the existing versus proposed land use districts. The properties surrounding the site are zoned commercial, low and high density residential, as well as direct control. The direct control to the west is the St. Michael's Health Center, and the direct control to the north is a professional office building. Moving on to background evaluation and analysis, the property at 925 15th Street South was built in 1978 and has an active development permit for an 8-unit apartment building. The applicant has been involved with this property for the past 4 years, and this bylaw would allow the applicant to provide housing as well as supports and services to the residents. Bylaw 6443 carries forward development standards found in the property's existing high-density residential district. This includes the permitted and discretionary uses, the parking requirements, as well as signage requirements. The one key change from what is currently allowed is the addition of supportive living as a permitted use. The supportive living definition is a custom definition that is required because the existing supportive housing definition restricts residents to up to 25, whereas this custom definition allows up to 32 residents. It also specifies that this use is meant to foster recovery. This bylaw has been reviewed by city infrastructure departments and no servicing or infrastructure concerns have been identified. This proposal is in line with the SSRP, a regional plan, and the municipal development plan. The SSRP strategy 8114 speaks to housing types, and the municipal policies relate to the provision of a range of housing, including supportive housing. In terms of how this public hearing was advertised, 18 public hearing notifications were sent to property owners that own property within 60 meters of the site, as shown in this map. In addition to this, there were newspaper advertisements posted in the Lethbridge Herald during these dates, and this information was also available on the city's website. In response to this public hearing notification, I received 3 statements of support, one of which is part of your agenda package, and I received 4 statements in opposition, 2 of which were submitted for your agenda. There was other engagement concluded before this public hearing, which included a neighborhood association notification, a pre-application open house hosted in March, where 2 property owners within 200 meters of the site were invited to attend. There were ongoing email communication, phone calls with open house attendees, neighborhood association, and other interested residents of the neighborhood. And there was also a facilitated meeting between the applicant and neighbors about 4 weeks ago. Overall, significant efforts were made by staff and the applicant to ensure that all information requests were fulfilled. In conclusion, this bylaw aligns with the SSRP and MDP, and it is recommended that City Council consider this report as information for this public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Molesky. The applicant, Mr. Ken Kissick, can now provide a presentation. And you've got, again, same thing, 5 minutes to speak to the issue. Thank you.
Mayor Hagen and councillors, administration and guests. I am Ken Kissick, the co-founder of Streets Alive Mission, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to add a few comments to those submitted in your package. Those comments in the package outlined the history and background of the organization, the proposed use of the property, the benefits, and the pertinent ancillary information. As an organization, we've actually been working on this property for over 20 months with regards to its becoming a supportive housing facility. We started with selection and then cost-benefit analysis. We engaged the services of an architect and contractor in design, feasibility of the project. We conducted community engagement meetings and discussions with planning officers prior to making our application. We've also, in those 20 months, been actively involved in a comprehensive campaign, securing funding for the project and having either received or have pledged 85% of the total estimated cost. This has allowed us to recently purchase the property. I believe that it's important for you to know that we are licensed under the Government of Alberta as a residential addiction treatment service provider and have for over 20 years been a contract service provider with the federal government. As a licensee and a contract provider, we are under a high level of accountability. We are required to follow established protocols, have properly trained staff, provide reports as directed, and are subject to random audits at the discretion of the licensor or the contractor. I believe that once you see our plan for renovation and upgrading, you will agree that this project will enhance the neighborhood. It will offer bright and modern residential accommodation with energy efficiency, reducing our carbon footprint. It will be a great addition to the city's social housing in an area that has a severe shortage. It aligns with the province's recovery initiative and will be an asset to the city in the battle against the addiction and housing problem we suffer. We thank you for favorable consideration, and we look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kissick. I'll now call upon the pre-registered speakers to make a presentation. As a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. And number one, Mr. Al Fritz.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here to be able to present, and thank you to administration for all the excellent support throughout the process. I am Alvin Fritz. I'm architect that was engaged on the project. I'm speaking in favor of the project, and I would like to just present the architectural criteria basically for the form and character and so forth. And I've prepared an animation. Thank you very much for allowing me to play it. We do purchase a LiDAR scan of the site. We build the surrounding properties, as you can see. And from the front, from the street, nothing will change. The addition is only off of the back, off of the lane. And unless you get on a chair and look over the fence, you would not know that there was an addition. The finishes on the building will be upgraded and enhanced, which should add to the property values of all who live in the region. You can see the flat roof portion in the back is the portion that's being added onto the structure. There's some reconfiguration within, but largely the form and character remains unaltered to the street frontage. We just will be upgrading the finishes, upgrading the deck railings, the roof finish, and making the project quite attractive. All of the parking continues to be off of the lane to the back of the property. and allows for the parking to remain as it is currently. So thank you very much. And solid waste management was managed with the regular Tarlic tubs. We have got the volume that we need that are there. We do have the parking managed. The landscaping, as you saw in the rendering, is accurate. Again, we use a LiDAR map of the whole region, build the surrounding neighborhood, and then we create what is a Revit file or a three-dimensional file showing the proposed project. It undergoes scrutiny with the owners and with the neighbors and community consultation, and hence you've got the design that you have in front of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fritz. Second speaker that I have registered is Dean Berenger.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to make a submission today regarding Bylaw 6443. I have a presentation that I'll read. You should have gotten a package from me as well in the submission from the city. Thank you for allowing me to make this presentation concerning the application to change the requirement from 6 to 25 residents in supportive housing to 32 residents. I'm speaking in opposition to this application.
Sorry, can you speak just a little closer to the mic? I know there's...
Yep.
Thank you.
It appears that, the applicant in the two discussions that we had attended had not mentioned previously they were consolidating treatment stages, or had mentioned previously that they were consolidating treatment stages from their existing into the current location. However, they neglected to state that there were level 1 residents, from what I recall, coming to this facility. This in itself brings greater concern to area residents over safety and should something go wrong. It appears that little thought has been undertaken by the applicant, though, as they have failed to really look at the impact on area residents that they're bringing into play with this request. 4 key areas of my submission are as follows: densification of supporting housing in the existing neighborhood. We have River House at 1411 9th Avenue South that appeared out of thin air and also is a supportive housing facility, but is not abstinence space. As a direct result, this has caused immeasurable hardships to area residents and business. Increased crime, drug and alcohol use, and civil disobedience are just a few of the impacts faced on the residents, with no support from civic authorities or, for that matter, civic legislation or the land use bylaw. We're also faced with Woods Homes application at 921 and 925 19th Street South that is also under council review to change the doctor's office's zoning that exists around the hospital into supportive housing units. Add to that we currently have a development directly south of the hospital entrance on 10th Avenue that is being currently developed into a 50-unit apartment housing, and I believe there are 37 subsidized units there. And as yet undecided proposed main floor commercial site with additional housings on the southwest corner of the hospital. Have we not, as area residents, already done our share compared to the rest of Lethbridge residents? Take into account that we have a Green Acres apartment complex on 16th Street South at 9th Avenue and Martha's House on 13th Street and 10th Avenue South. The hospital, a major employer with no on-site free parking. St. Mike's Palliative Care Facility, which has parking demands for staff and visitors. 1 seniors apartment complex and 4 other apartment complexes. When are we as area residents simply able to say enough is enough without being discriminated against by Lethbridge residents, administration, or elected officials for not being in favor of supportive and increased densified housing? Considering densification, traffic flow and volume, increased crime rates, and other issues that seem to have taken over the area, why then are area residents being asked to do more? The second question is parking in the area. The parking in the area is at best at any time throughout the week congested. The applicant is looking to reduce the required parking for more than half from the currently required 16 stalls supplied by the development officer to us to only 7 stalls, citing that this is more than adequate to care for the residents who do not, for the most part, own vehicles. In discussions with the applicant, they indicated that they had at most in the current men's program 4 residents that own 4 vehicles. we simply extrapolate that and add support vehicles that we will need at the current on-site parking and come up with 11 vehicles, 4 for residents, 4 for staff, as there will be a shift change and there are 2 staff members present at all times, 1 minimum for transportation of the residents to programs like the Exodus Treatment Center, 1 for food service and other delivery providers, and at least 1 for visitors. They're required to get approval by the applicant. The question is, how achievable is this based on the information provided by the applicant and a common sense look at the requirements? The applicant has stated that he will simply prevent residents from owning their own vehicles and parking them on site. I simply believe this is not possible in the real picture, as individuals that are transitioning from addiction and the criminal justice system need positive support through their journey back into society. By achieving personal goals, they are supported in their journey into independence and reintegration into society. It would be against Streets Alive fundamental objectives to place any roadblocks in the path of their residents' progress back into society. Therefore, I do not believe this rule will be enforced by the applicant. I propose that the current...
Start to wrap up. Your time allotted is up, so if you just wrap up, thank you.
I propose the current application be limited to the existing footprint of the building, thereby limiting the proposed development to 24 units. Should the floor plan be kept with the existing 2 stories and extended to the lower level. This would remedy the parking issue and remove the requirement to change the land use bylaw. I have a couple more points.
Yeah, and you do have your submission to us that I know it's a little bit different, but a majority, it sounds about the same.
Yep, the only one isn't precedents, which you don't have a copy of. I can provide these to you if you'd like to look at them.
Yeah, and that's fine. That can be provided to right behind you there. Right to this fellow here. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? A reminder that you have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. Please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm Rene Barendrecht, Chair of the Elam Society for Seniors Care, and we operate a affordable housing facility at Balmoral House, about a block from the proposed rezoning site. And we're fully in favor of the application to increase the number of residents in the facility. We attended the hearing and they were able to answer all of our questions to our satisfaction, and our board was unanimous in supporting their application. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the public who wishes to make a presentation? Please come forward and state your name. Thank you.
I'm short. Thank you for who you are and running this city, of which I am so proud and I've been delighted to live in for 34 years. You're doing a great job. Thank you. I'm here because I'm in the Scenic Heights neighborhood.
Your name, sorry, just for the record.
I beg your pardon?
Your name, just for the record.
Oh, my name is Terry Legg.
Thank you, Mr. Legg. Apologies.
You're very welcome. And I belong to that group, and of course there are a lot of rather nice acreages in the area, and I live in one of them and have done for 34 years. They're quite valuable properties. And then we heard that this house on the end that was previously owned by a person who had many bedrooms in it, and we would use them if we would have weddings or something like that. And then I heard that it was to be sold, and to this this group of people. And of course, the neighbors were very, very concerned. What do you mean we're going to have all of these young women, with many, many of them, in these many bedrooms, in a house in our community? So what happened was that we kept our eyes on it. We had a meeting of a group, and we actually came down to this place to hear what was going to go on. And so I kept my eyes on it very closely. And we found that what was happening is that they had the wonderful builders to put together an amazing property with these many, many bedrooms. And so I would go in every so often, and we would talk among ourselves, and we would various neighbors would go in to find out what this property was looking like, and so on. And it was the most beautifully built, and very carefully. It was very classy and extremely well done. So that put my mind at rest. And so, but the rest of us came down here to hear what was going to go on. And then we heard there were going to be an enormous number of girls there. And we thought, my goodness, there's going to be an enormous number of boys outside waiting for them to come out. And well, so we kept our eyes on this business. And, as the house was finished, beautifully finished, I might add. I know the next door neighbor was going to sell his place because he didn't want to be next to it, but he has not done that. He's just enjoying very much the neighbors, who are extremely quiet and very, very well behaved. I haven't seen a young man in that area for the last months. I'm always looking for a young man who might be interested in the young ladies inside. Haven't seen one. The house is run absolutely beautifully. I think the girls leave the house at about 8 in the morning, and they go over to Victory and are instructed on how to get off of any habits like smoking and drinking or whatever it is, and are taught how to live and how to get work in this community. I have never come across anything like this in my life. And I'm absolutely delighted and very, very proud of what I've seen here. So the old neighborhood is very much at peace. And for some reason, they asked me, because I'm a chatterbox, to come and represent that neighborhood. And I must say, we're just delighted to have this place and the people that are in it, and the amazing people that are running it from the Victory Church. Are there any questions?
You can have a seat, and we'll ask questions if they do come up after all the presenters. So thank you very much. Appreciate you presenting.
Delighted.
Thank you. All right. Next, please come up to the mic. State your name.
Chris Yock. I represent the business right beside this development called FWBA Architects. And I just wanted to reiterate, it's probably in your package, that the partners are all in support of this. They went to the meeting as I was at, and we trust that Ken Kissick will do what he says he will do. And in regards to the substance abuse, there is a zero tolerance policy of any substance abuse, and apparently they get evicted pretty quick, so it won't take very many evictions for the rest of them to find out what happens. And as far as the parking concerned, I understand that not many, if any of them, drive at all, so there'll be enough parking on site for them, plus they're on a street and an avenue, so I don't think parking will be much of an issue. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to make a presentation on this? Please come forward, state your name. Thank you.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Liam O'Reilly. I am one of the men that went through the recovery program that was there, and the building that you're speaking of helped change my life. That's basically what it was. I've been sober for just over 4 years now, and without that program, that building, I would not be the man who I am today. When I came into the program, I did not have my kids. I was homeless. I had no purpose in life or anything like that. That program provided that for me, gave me an opportunity to get my life together. I have my girls back in my life. I just got married last year. I have another baby on the way as we speak. Without that program, there's many men that can speak how it has changed their life and how it's drastically affected them. With that building being there, with the ability to have your visitors, having your children come and visit, having the opportunity to have purpose again in life, and that's what that building and this program has provided for me. And so that's just why I'm here, and that's what I'd like to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Does anyone else in the, does anyone else in the public wish to come forward and speak to this? you just state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Timothy Proudfoot. I was an employee of AHS for 12, 13 years as a community care RN. I have worked out of, remotely, I've worked out of downtown Bay Mall, and I think everyone understands that's an area that's deeply impacted by the substance use problems in our city. And I also was a case manager for a number of the gentlemen staying at River House, which was formerly known as Brassard House when he was at St. Michael's. I am well aware of the challenges of programs like the River House. Not to speak ill of it, but I do appreciate the concerns that one of the first presenters raised as being a member of that area. I can appreciate also the significant contrast between the programs that Streets Alive runs. I have volunteered briefly for the Foot Friday foot care downtown, and just the number of programs that they seek to provide hope and healing to individuals in our city where we drastically and desperately need it. So if we can do anything to support a program like this and bring hope to more gentlemen like this fellow so courageously shared, I support it. And I know many of my healthcare colleagues would be in the same position. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make a presentation? Seeing no, oh, all right. All right, just state your name. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Gordon Lee, and looking around, I see some council members who are well aware of my background in this field of addiction and criminal justice. I thank you for the opportunity of speaking. Just to give a little of my background, I was the one who brought attention to the problem of people living on the street when there were no residences. And I was searching through my junk just the other day to find the article that appeared in the Herald that stimulated the issue of people living on the street and living in the river bottom, and led to the development of the residences, not just Streets Alive, but the shelter. I served on the steering committee for the shelter. I stood before council and got the funding for the mobile urban street team, which was attached to the shelter. I did.
Mr. Lee, if I could just have, as long as to speak to the current public hearing, what we are.
Just to let you know that I know what I'm talking about. So, given that background, and I've been very supportive, you saw me support the application to rezone the downtown Streets Alive for health services, which I consider being able to get a shower and your haircut and all the rest of it to be healthy and so on. I supported the Castle Apartments application and so on. And I don't not support the current application of Streets Alive. But I do have some questions that I think have not been answered. And I think as, these services, be it Streets Alive or any other, move into the community has a right to ask for assurances and not just follow the Pied Piper down into the cave. So going from what has been said about this, this residence is said to be completely staffed with what Ken just said was trained staff. And I wonder what trained staff means. If you're going to have first to third stage recovering addicts, you're dealing with the early stages of sobriety and freedom from drug addiction. That is a complicated condition and requires a high degree of training to deal with. And so I'm wondering to what degree the so-called trained staff are trained as, able to deal with addicts, be it counseling or whatever, or just actually keeping watch, so to speak. Also, I saw in the Herald the statement that Streets Alive has always been concerned about public safety, and that, of course, is absolute. How many of the staff are trained in the area of security? Does that mean you just know how to pick up the phone and call the police, or is there a person trained in security on the premises? Because you're dealing with a high-risk population, many of whom will have been convicted of a criminal offense. And I'm not sure in terms of, Ken said, 85% of the funding has been acquired, whether some of that funding has come from other agencies like Correctional Services Canada, whether parolees will be housed there. So I think there are a number of questions. And I'm also concerned about the use of this space, the term, a pod. What is a pod? Is it a bed with divisions in between? Is it a room? What is the room contained? Are we really talking about half a shelter, halfway house, half supportive living? So I would like an answer to some of these questions because I think it's a serious issue. And where there's public money involved, and I'm sure there's public money gone into this, I believe that the public, deserves answers and accountability. So I would ask Ken to provide answers to these questions. They're not easy ones. The Streets Alive facility downtown is, in fact,
Mr. Lee, I need to get you to just wrap up. Just the reason being is we've given everybody else 5 minutes.
I will.
If you please, thank you.
I'll wrap it up. Is, in fact, drug alcohol free, but the street isn't. And these people do go onto the street. And if any of you are on the downtown committee looking into the issue of downtown safety, you'll know that there is an issue once these people spill out on the street. The drug dealers will show up. So look, just as a matter of caution, before you go willy-nilly approving facilities like this, there's a great need, I think, for an expansion of awareness of what's being requested. I'm not opposing it. I'm just saying we need some more answers. But if you want to table it until whenever, that's up to you. But that's my concern. I'm sorry, Ken, that I've been a huge supporter of you over the past, but I'm also a supporter of this clientele, and I want to see them properly treated and that our community survives effectively.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate that. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make a presentation? All right. Please come forward and state your name. And you have up to 5 minutes here to speak. Thank you. You can actually, if you wanted to sit in the chair there, I can turn on that microphone for you. There you go.
Can I lower this?
Yeah, absolutely. You pull that down. Yeah.
The challenges of being short. My name is Mei Zhang, And I have concerns with increasing facilities like that around the neighborhood, because I'm concerned with facilities that require security and guards. And the last meeting I went to, Mr. Kissick, I think, said that they have a direct line to the City of Lethbridge Police. And I kind of was wondering, I'm looking around this neighborhood, and it's a beautiful neighborhood with families growing, young kids. I sometimes sit there and watch the young kids go happily to the corner store, get a Slurpee or the neighborhood ice cream shop, and I'm thinking, what about these young kids? How do you explain these facilities that require guards and security? You know, like, I'm just worried about the ambience of the neighborhood. You know, the quality of their life, the value of their properties. You know, and so often I hear people say to me, well, you know, don't bother because city council don't care. Well, you know, I refuse to believe that because you guys wouldn't be on city council if you didn't care. So I'm sure that you guys would be concerned with the quality of these young families' lives. So that's all I have to say. You know, like, why saturate a neighborhood that's so beautiful with mature trees, young families, with all these facilities? And I agree, these people deserve a second chance, but why not put them somewhere, you know, like distribute them throughout the city? There's lots of beautiful neighborhoods. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate. All right, is there anyone else from the gallery who wish to make a presentation on this? Please come forward and state your name.
Hi, my name is Aaron Mercady, and yeah, Streets Alive saved my life. I was drunk, I was, you know, like homeless before, but they gave me a chance. And the building that I'm living at now, well, I'm still a client of the Exodus treatment program run by Streets Alive, and it actually works. It does wonders. Like, I've been sober now for 468 days. Because they gave me a chance and an opportunity. So, yeah, that's all I had to say. So, thank you.
Thank you. And please, if there's anyone else in the gallery who wishes to make a presentation, if you can come forward, state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Brown, and I'm here to tell you that I've been a lot of issues with my life. I was 41 years into addiction. In the last 3 years, I've been in that 925 house, and I can say that 100% abstinence is going on in that place. That place is amazing situation. It's given me everything. I've just moved out maybe a month ago, and I own my own house now. I'm 1,200 days clean, and everything they've done and what they say, they do. It's a very good program. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Can I have, unfortunately, we do have to keep the decorum within, and there's no clapping stuff within City Hall chambers. I'm sorry. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this? And if you can please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Dylan Fogan. I am the manager of the Exodus program, so I work with these guys every single day. We seen the building up here, and that's the outside. What we don't see, and what I get to see every day, is the inside of that building and the things that it does for these guys. This isn't just a building for them, this is a home, right? I drive by there and I see guys outside mowing the grass. They get an opportunity to cut their own grass. There's guys trimming the hedges. It's a home for them, right? There's guys that this is the first time they get an opportunity to bring their kids into a safe environment. Without that, they may not get that opportunity to spend that time with those kids. So if we can offer another 16 beds there to give another 16 people an opportunity to change their lives, I think that might be worth one parking stall, right? So that's what I got to say. I'm with these guys every single day. I firmly believe that they deserve this. They put in the work every single day. You know, it's not easy to get up here and speak in front of you people. These guys just came up here, faced some of their biggest fears because they believe in this so much. So hope you believe in it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the gallery who wishes to speak to this? All right. Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. Councillor Dodick.
I have a question for Mr. Kissick. Is the location presently already being used for supportive living? Because based on some of the comments made by some of the presenters, it seems to suggest that the premises are already being used for the function for which you are seeking zoning permission. So I'm a little confused as to what the residence is being used at the present time.
So we've been in consultation with development, and they are satisfied that the program we are running, we're not running a program there, that we are operating the 8-plex in a manner that meets the criteria of being affordable housing. So certainly they are part of a program. The program is held off-site, okay? So this is a primary residence for them. They're 2 apartment, okay? We do have a property manager that goes on a daily basis to check the property. He deals with any issues that any of the tenants or residents may have. They're there to basically deal with issues, as would any other landlord or someone. But I believe that planning can speak to it. We did deal with that.
Yes, maybe Ms. Gehring might. I have another question for you. But,
could you speak up a little?
Sorry. Maybe Ms. Gehring could speak to that. So what is going on in the premises now based on the current land zoning? So I'm a bit confused.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Dodick. In regards to this particular location, we haven't had any complaints about the multifamily use of the building. Through this process, we did learn that Mr. Kissick was doing bed checks. To us, having a staff member come in and check on renters, clients, to make sure they're in their beds is something that is not typical for a multifamily and apartment use. So when we mentioned that to Mr. Kissick, he agreed to stop that practice. There's no programming happening on site currently. All the programming happens off site. So once Mr. Kissick ended that sort of a custodial sort of a program, checking on the renters or clients, we were satisfied that it was running as an apartment building.
Okay, and Mr. Kissick, at present, how many occupants are there?
Are we full, Dylan? I think we have 16.
16?
16 is full.
Okay, so you're seeking to change the zoning to allow up to 32 and to bring services in-house versus the services that are presently being done outside? So
So
that's why I'm confused.
currently, under the density requirement,
Yes.
the density requirement is 8 units, okay? I could have families of 8. In all 8 units, I could have 96 people in the building, okay, under the current bylaw. But because we want to move and provide those supportive housing beds, the housing beds number is tied to the number of people, not to the density of units. So what we're asking for is the ability to manage this facility as a supportive housing unit with an additional 16 beds that will be added in the renovation.
Okay, and the current residents are receiving supportive care, but outside the present facility?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Kissick, thank you for coming and answering some of our questions. Just so we're clear, what you're asking to do here is to densify this property twice what it currently hosts. Is that correct? 16.
Can you just give me a moment?
16 to 32 is twice as much.
There is no physical number of people density currently. I have 16, but as an apartment owner, and as long as they were families, so you could have a family of 10 times 8. I could have 80 people in
Yeah, you could have 80
and still
people.
meet density.
I get that. You could have 80 people in there, but not all the 80 people are addicted.
Correct.
So what you're doing is you're looking at doubling the number of people that you're going to be providing programming to out of that venue.
Correct.
Okay, so you've increased densification substantially. What goes along with densification, and you've heard it from some of the neighbors in terms of their concerns, but I'll add to that garbage, recycling, parking. There's a host of additional issues that would exist with any location with 16 people living in one particular location. Now you're doubling that. Presumably, we're going to have double the amount of all of the ancillary pieces that go along with that. Would you agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. So, how do you intend to contend with that?
You mean garbage?
Garbage, parking, recycling, all of the issues that exist in apartment buildings. But you're like I said, you're doubling the number of people in this one spot.
So through the process that we went through the city and all of everything else, we are able to adequately provide enough waste management and recycling containers to be able to meet the needs of the residents within the building. Also, as a property owner, I have the ability to request from Waste Management more than one pickup a week. If we found that it was not enough, we currently have our downtown Mission site gets picked up twice a week. So those are things that we can arrange for. In terms of parking, supportive housing, one of the requirements that isn't in supportive housing is for parking. Because again, in 30 years of doing this, we've probably managed in our facilities, especially when we're dealing with those that are in transition, over 800 men, and I can assure you that almost the percentage is very small that if they still have a driver's license, because most of them are there because of alcohol and drug uses and they've lost it. And if they do have a driver's license, because they were in an addictive state, they don't generally have a vehicle because they can't afford it. And so, as we said, we've had a few that have come, but our residences, parking is not something that we provide. We can accommodate it if we can, but it's not part of it. And in fact, individuals that come into the program in the first 30 days, they're not allowed to even have a vehicle or have access to a vehicle. There are protocols and things that they have to do in that first 30 days, so we transport them.
Your Worship, I have quite a number of other questions, but I'd just like to ask one before I cede the chair to
definitely.
another council member. Mr. Kissick, how is this going to be different than your downtown mission? You know the challenges that we faced with the downtown mission, so how is this going to be different?
It's a different set of people.
Is it?
Yes. So to be able to be part of our Exodus or Genesis program, you already have to have decided to be off the street or to get away from addiction, and you have to have placed yourself through a detox stabilization unit and hopefully a treatment unit before you even get to us. Okay, so what we are is a program that's designed to take people through 120 days. We prefer 6 months and beyond as we journey in that journey of recovery. The very first part of that journey is when they decide they want to get off the street. The mission downtown deals with the people who at this point in time in their life are not interested in actually stopping being addicts. But they do require a certain amount of care. They require, it's a form of harm reduction. And the difficulty that we have had at Streets Alive over the whole thing is we have those two distinct groups that we deal with, but we get painted with the one brush. But I can, as was talked here, our women in our women's program and Segway House, all of the concerns that neighborhood had don't materialize because they're a different group. They're a different group than the street population. Do some of these individuals relapse? Absolutely. It happens, but in relapse, because we're abstinence-based, they are immediately removed from the facility. Some of them, when they relapse, they know not to come back. Because they've gone back into their addictive lifestyle. So yes, the problems that we have downtown, and we recognize that that's a vulnerable and difficult population, but this is not that population. We do not bring people off the street into our program. We will help them get off the street into those other programs and then bring them back into the recovery program if they make it through.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mr. Kissick, for being here to answer some questions. In our package, we saw that there were several concerns around the complaint process and issues. Help me understand how those concerns around the complaint process to you, so if somebody has issues with a resident from the program, how will they contact you? How will they be able to have those complaints addressed? What's your process for that?
So what you're talking about is a neighborhood communication program.
Yes, tell me about that.
All right. So and we have one active neighborhood communication program, and it's relative to 323 4th Street. It was developed 20-some years ago, okay? In dealing with our things, we have learned a lot of stuff, and so often there can be a requirement, either within planning or, within development or from direct control that we develop that neighborhood communication program. It's pointless for me to develop one without involving the actual neighbors, because I need to find out what their needs are and how they would like to hear and how they want us to respond. Okay, so I can tell you that a communication program would include how we log stuff, how people would bring complaints to us, how they would be dealt with. For example, at the Downtown Mission, a lot of the complaints that we receive from local businesses we can deal with immediately, okay? However, we are restricted to dealing with stuff on our property, all right? So when we have issues within the neighborhood, we have to make sure that those issues within the neighborhood are actually ours and not somewhere else. There's been a lot of issue with Parkside Home, which is down on 712 First Avenue, okay? And a couple of the neighbors complained, but we're on the major path from the shelter to the park, okay? And there's the assumption that that facility houses people off the street. It does not. We are not a shelter. I ran the shelter, not interested in running it again. Not going there with that. That's a population that is extremely difficult to deal with. Okay, we manage it. So what our plan would be is in the future, if this was approved and development said, okay, you have to have this, we would engage the community again to help develop that communication program, because it needs to be a living document. It needs to be something that is not set in stone. It needs to be something that we can manage together so that everything is there. But it basically would have a system of how you report stuff, how you deal with stuff that's not getting answered.
Okay, so there's nothing in place currently right now? And is there, as you build this out, would there be an intent to put a communications plan in place?
If we were instructed to do so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Mr. Kissip, for being here. Just give me some clarity. Who is going to be living in this facility? Because we heard of talking about all of the ladies that are there. We also have seen guys coming up saying that they were in the program. But who actually is going to be living? Is it strictly females?
Nope.
Or males?
Yeah.
It's all males?
We keep men and women apart. Doesn't work well when they're together.
Right, no.
So this is a men's only facility.
Okay, because just one of the gentlemen that was talking about the
one of the things that was mentioned is in its current state as an apartment, we have one of the units that we did allow for individuals who had gained access to their children to be able to do overnight visits. Okay, so that was something, but that was because we were operating it as an apartment. Okay.
Okay. So now, with the rezoning, this will all be totally male?
We have other facilities that we can do that in.
Okay, so it will be all male in this?
It'll be all male.
Okay. And just, and I know you talk about this all the time when we're doing this rezoning and people come up and are concerned about crimes and that sort of thing that happens around the area. Can you alleviate the fears of that? I imagine there still is there's the chance of that, but what can you say to people who are worried about the crime and the people that are, coming out of that house or going into that house?
I mean, I think we are all aware that crime is on the increase all over the community. Okay, and it has to do largely with the drug addiction and the homeless problem that we face. The individuals who are in our program, there is protocols and rules that they are expected to follow. Those include behaviors both within the facility and in the community. We do manage on behalf of the federal government individuals who have been incarcerated and are now out on parole. And in 20 years, we have never had anyone under our care reoffend. And so, because most of the time, the people that we're dealing with coming even there are first-time offenders. They're usually people that don't want to go back. And so they adhere to the rules very well. But is crime going to happen in the community? It's happening now, but is it our people that are bringing it? No, it's not. And I don't want to. Ours is an abstinence-based facility, and part of the reason for that is because they are not involved in any kind, and they are randomly tested to make sure that they stay clean. The upside to that is the dealers and everybody else knows there's no point in trying to come and sell to them. Because, and again, if they want to relapse, they're going to go find that dealer, but he's not going to be outside the back door, right? And so that will decrease. The other side to it is we do have an active relationship with the local police department because of our downtown mission, and we've been very successful in using our cameras to identify potential drug dealers and have been part of arrests, and we would use our cameras in that area in exactly the same way. Drug dealers for us make victims of our people that we're trying to help, and we are absolutely against that.
And one final question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just to Mr. Lee's point about your staff. Trained staff on site?
Yes, no, he did make, so we have the separation of housing and the program. So certainly our program people that are delivering the program for both of the men and the women, we have people with trained counselors, we have people that are involved in that we use outside counseling and outside professionals. The housing portion of it is there. The staff training is, and the standards are set by the province or by the federal government. Okay, we do not have security guards. We utilize people, but they have first aid, they have crisis resolution, they have those kinds of training, but their job is to really make sure that the facilities we're in remain a home, okay? Where the guys are working together, they have responsibilities to make sure, learn to make your bed, keep your room clean, keep your apartment clean, like those kinds of things. Be good neighbors. I know that over at 925, they've shoveled snow for the neighbors and the seniors. Okay, it's part of what we're teaching them. So there's two different standards, but there are standards from both the licensee and the contractor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Kizik, actually, just to add this, where are these folks now that they would be in your care or that building's care of Exodus, right? Genesis Women's? Yeah, Exodus. Where are these folks now?
So stages 1 and 2 and sort of 3 are either in 712 First Avenue or 925. And then we have 3 other facilities,
so
4 other facilities where we
Lethbridge.
have the stage 4 housing. So stage 4 is, again, now they're a little more independent, okay? Most of the people that are in stage 4 are either in school or working, okay? But they still want to stay part of the accountability portion of what we do. So they're not necessarily in programming, but they're in Lethbridge now. It's just they would be in one of your other facilities currently then. So if they're not there. It's not additional folks that are from, being incarcerated, as you had mentioned, they may come in. That's not part of this program. You're saying that they're already in Lethbridge, these folks? Because my question would be, if they're not here, where would they be? If they weren't?
If they weren't in Lethbridge within your facilities, where would these folks be?
On the street.
On the street? Oh, so they can be released from, I didn't really believe they could be, okay. No, that answers my question. The other question I have is as far as support after. So for example, this is approved moving forward. What is the communication with residents within the community in that area, that neighborhood after? Is there a plan for that communication?
At 925?
Yes.
Yes, there's a plan. Okay. One that's a little different from the one we did 20 years ago. But I mean, again, if this was approved, and I would assume that in the approval, part of the development permit would require us to do a good neighborhood communication plan, and we would sit down with the neighbors and develop it.
Okay, so you have that in with your previous facilities, whatever would be
Like
similar.
I said, when you guys approved the women's home, there was no requirement.
Oh, so did you just do that yourself then, or you just don't do it?
We just meet, we meet with the neighbors, but there's not a formal plan.
Councillor Gehring.
Congratulations.
It's getting a little late in the day. Ms. Gehring, please.
So just to add to Mr. Kissik's answer, I don't want to confuse the rezoning with the development permit application. So in speaking with our development manager, most likely that would be a condition of the development permit if this rezoning passes, would be a neighborhood communication plan, just to keep the lanes clear.
No, that makes sense. Thank you. That's important. That could be part of that development. So thank you very much, Mr. Kissik. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Yeah, just one final question for me, and I may have missed this somewhere along the line, so I apologize if you've already provided this information. But the facility is licensed through the province?
Yes.
It's licensed through the province and funded through the province?
No.
No, not funded through the province,
No,
but licensed?
at this point in time, including the money that we've raised, there is no government money. This is all private dollars.
Okay, but it is licensed through the provincial government?
It is licensed through the province.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see no further questions in the queue. Oh, sorry. I just wait for John, because I know that he said, Councillor Middleton Hope, that you had other questions. Do you have further questions? Sorry.
No.
All right. Thank you so much. And with that, I call this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following this hearing, which is what we will do right now. In a few seconds. I do have a resolution from Councillor Carlson, Bylaw 6443, a land use bylaw amendment regarding 925 15th Street South. I'm sure many of you remember this. That's taken place just a few minutes ago. Right? Thank you. Some of them here. All right, but with that, I will, for a second reading, be resolved that Bylaw 6443, land use bylaw amendment regarding 925 15th Street South, be given second reading. And if we open it up to questions, or would you like to start to give us some background to this, Councillor Carlson?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the background was just presented. I'm just keen to hear my colleagues' debate on this issue.
All right. I do see some questions first. Is it questions or debate? And I do have Councillor Dodick, question or debate? Debate. We'll start with debate then. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put it fairly bluntly and succinctly. This is not NIMBY. There are concerns that have been voiced by people in the neighborhood. They deserve a voice too. You're imposing change on the neighborhood that in many cases is unacceptable. Therefore, you do not have my support.
Thank you, Councillor Dodick.
Thank you. As with the prior bylaw, I always have difficulties when you're changing residential to direct control, and this is no different, but there's a couple of other reasons as well. This is a facility that's had 16 residents in it that apparently has been operating basically supportive housing, although some of the services were provided off-site. So now all of a sudden we're being requested to change it to direct control, double it, and then bring in more facilities, including, as Mr. Fritz has shown us, a significant increase to the footprint of this property. So there are some real concerns that I have about doubling the density as well as bringing in-house the services that were being provided in this location already, although off-site, which does cause me concern, and therefore I will not be supporting this.
I see no, Councillor Campbell.
I will be supporting the rezoning. The need is great in the city. We have an organization that has a track record of looking after the people in need. We've seen the people in need who have appreciated their second chance in life. There is compassion, and I know it's compassion doesn't equal rezoning, but I think in this case it does. So I will be supporting the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
Thank you very much for this. I certainly hear the concerns of my colleagues who won't be supporting this, but I will be supporting this. We know that there is a need for this type of supportive housing in our community. We have heard that there will be a communications plan in place as part of the permitting from Ms. Gehring, and we also have heard that this is a licensed facility, and to some extent it's already been providing these services to the state, and it provides different services than what's going on in its downtown mission. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson. Oh. Yeah. Is there anyone else who wishes to debate? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too will be supporting this. We've talked a lot about housing needs in our community, supportive housing. We're actually doing a groundbreaking for a major project tomorrow that I think was very well supported by council, because I think we know how necessary these types of facilities are in our community. I do understand the reticence. I do understand the concerns of the community. What I like about this is that this organization, I think as Mr. Kissick said, it does get painted with one broad brush, but I know that this side of the business is very well supported, a very good record, both anecdotally, as we've heard today, and evidentiary-wise by the lack of complaints of folks who live around their facilities. So I don't have the same types of concerns. Anytime you try and change anything in not just in Lethbridge, in the world, there's always going to be concerns and pushback, because we do want things to stay the same forever and ever. Amen. I think that these types of development, especially with direct control, give a lot of certainty to the neighbors. If there weren't these strict controls and strict guidance from the province and regulations in place, this type of property could be open to anyone. You could have a motorcycle gang move in here and be you laugh, but it's true. It is true. You can move in and you can have your motorcycle revving 24 hours a day. I now live between two of those, so I know of what I speak. And so I like direct control. I know some of my colleagues do not, because it provides that certainty. This type of a facility is necessary in our community. We've seen the benefits. We heard today the benefits of these types of program. We're always trying to get folks to get through and off addictions and to come out the other side, and to hear the success stories only makes me more excited about approving these types of facilities. We saw the one in Scenic Heights. Yeah, I remember sitting here, it was even more packed, and I got a whole lot of hate and pushback from the neighbors and community. I should share those with you. They're quite delightful. That was approved, and I don't think there's been any problems. So I will support this. I hope my colleagues do, because we really need these types of programs in our community if we're going to get out the other side. We hear about the addictions, the problems, people are having all these issues, the negative behaviors. Well, let's do something about it rather than just say, wow, I wish someone would. When someone comes up and says, we're going to try and help, and we want to do 32 people, I'm in. So I will support it.
Sorry, Councillor Palladino, I'm sorry if I'm going to take some debate after, if I could. Yes. So Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think I'd say this, but I kind of agree with my colleague over there.
Nobody thought you'd say that.
From a land use point of view, this project is located in a beautiful area, as was mentioned before, but it's adjacent to the St. Michael's Health Center. There's condos around it. There's apartment buildings around it. The Stubbs Pharmacy's there. It's close to the hospital. The architect next door supports it, so I will support it as well.
Would you like to reclose, Councillor Carlson?
I will save you all that in comfort.
Okay, question's been called. If Deputy Clerk, if you can do a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're doing a vote for the second reading. So Councillor Middleton Hope.
Opposed.
Councillor Palladino.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Carlson.
In favor.
Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Dodick.
Opposed.
So the motion's carried for second reading. 7-2.
All right, and for a third reading from Councillor Carlson, be it resolved that bylaw 6443, land use bylaw amendment, re 925 15th Street South, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson. Question been called. All in favor? Is it I would imagine it's the same with a, okay, who's opposed? And those opposed? Yes, so it is 7-2. Thank you. All right, we are going to take a quick 10-minute maximum break, my colleagues, and we'll move to the next public hearing. So here to no later than 5:27. just under a minute, if we can get everyone seated. I'd like to call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6446, statutory plan, bylaw 5115 amendment regarding 920. Whoa, wait a minute. This is not the right one.
You want to do 12th Avenue North next?
Yep.
At least according to my schedule.
Yes, as I started reading it.
You sure you don't have it?
Nope. Sorry. No, we know. We just got to find the thing here. All right, I do have it here, 6444. Sorry, I called to order the public hearing for bylaw 6444, land use bylaw amendment 3420 12th Avenue North. Procedure for this hearing will begin by calling Kurt Fisher, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will be called upon. We'll then ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. So I'll now call on Mr. Fisher to provide a background to the case.
Well, good afternoon or good evening, Your Worship and members of City Council. My presentation today is for a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property located at 3420 12th Avenue North. The purpose of the bylaw is to redesignate the property from general industrial to business industrial in order to accommodate a personal service use within the existing building. And the applicant listed here is also in attendance today as well. The location of the property is in the northeast area of the city in the Churchill Industrial Park as seen on these maps. Here on the left is a view of the front of the property as taken from 12th Avenue North, and on the right is a view of the rear of the property from 36th Street North. So to provide some context, a part of the building is currently occupied by a building trades and contractors use, and the applicant's desire is to operate an additional business under the personal service use in the existing building, which is not permitted in the current IG district. Here, this slide, you can see it shows the proposed land use redesignation from the existing general industrial district on the left to the proposed business industrial district on the right. As you can see, the property is surrounded largely by general industrial land use districts, with some properties zoned IB south of the property along 9th Avenue North, and also some along north of the property along 36th Street North as well. So for analysis, the proposed bylaw would amend the land use classification of the property from general industrial to business industrial. And the IB land use district allows for both building trades and contractors and personal service as permitted uses. And it would maintain the industrial nature of uses that are present in the area. And if approved, bylaw 6444 would allow for an additional supporting service near the industrial area. And no servicing or infrastructure concerns have been identified by city staff. The proposed land use bylaw amendment aligns with our South Saskatchewan regional plan in relation to increasing development within existing developed areas and also for providing a mix of land uses and opportunities for economic development. Bylaw 6444 is also in line with MDP policies related to encouraging supporting services near industrial areas and making efficient use of existing infrastructure. And also to note, there is no area structure plan in place for this area. So for notification, I have mailed notification letters to the 7 adjacent landowners as shown in the green hatched areas on the map. And the applicant also sent out his own letter to neighboring landowners and shared information on his plans with them. Advertisements also appeared in the Lethbridge Herald and on the city's website as well. And to date, I've received one email from a neighboring landowner who has also submitted a letter today with concerns about the impacts on street parking. And that at the time, I explained to her the off-street parking requirements that will need to be met. And since then, I have confirmed with our development officers that these parking requirements will be met on the parcel. So in conclusion, the bylaw aligns with all applicable statutory plans, and if approved, it would provide an opportunity for additional supporting service near the industrial area. And our department's recommendation is that council consider this as information for the public hearing for bylaw 6444. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. And the applicant, Mr. Mikado, is here to provide a presentation, or here to answer questions, or you do have a presentation? No presentation, but here to answer questions. All right. Is there anybody else in the gallery which wishes to speak to this hearing? For a second time, or is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to this hearing? Third and final time, is there anyone in the gallery that wishes to speak? Hearing none, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. And we'll start off with Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. I guess this question would be for administration or perhaps the proponent. What is the proposed personal service and how does it fit into building trades and contractors?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So the personal service, the business that's being proposed falls under the personal service use. So this, under the definition of the land use bylaw, it provides services for personal care and appearance and includes the supplementary retail of associated products, such as, that may include therapeutic massage as an accessory use. So this includes things like beauty salons, barbershops, and aesthetic services and spas.
Okay, then I guess the question would be for the proponent.
This on zoning, it's not dependent on what is going to be in there. It is, that could change. So it's really not, if we're looking at the bylaw, Councillor Midland Hope, what is in there would not matter as long as it fits within that, the use. So you're welcome to ask the question, but really it doesn't pertain to this.
Great. So I'm going to ask you the question anyway.
Sure.
Okay.
Ask away.
So personal service, what's going in there?
My daughter runs an aesthetic business. We have an office space within our building that's unused, and she wants to run it out of there.
Okay. And currently you've got building trades and contractors in there?
Yep, we have an electrical business. We operate out of there.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem.
I should just let you go. It's a lot easier, wasn't it? Gee. All right. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you. I'm going to ask admin, don't worry. So, Mr. Fisher or Ms. Gearing, I know we have other IB in the industrial park. When you drive through the industrial park, there are restaurants, there are all sorts of uses there. We're not setting any precedent. This is done in other places in that area, and this is something that, again, is not precedent setting.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Only question.
All right. I have no other questions in the queue, so hearing none, I now declare this public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing, or will be decided later this afternoon. And we'll move over to, moved by Councillor Crowson, Bylaw 6444, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, 3420 12th Avenue North, for a second reading. Be it resolved that Bylaw 6444, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, 3420 12th Avenue North, be given second reading. You can go, oh, sorry, there you are.
I'm going to say this is self-explanatory and call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be resolved that Bylaw 6444, Bylaw Amendment 3420 12th Avenue North be given third reading, and Mayor and City Clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Crowson?
Question.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right. Moving to bylaw 6446 and 6447. I now call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6446, statutory plan bylaw 5115 amendment regarding 921 19th Street South, and bylaw 6447 land use bylaw amendment regarding 921 19th Street South. In accordance with section 692(2) of the Municipal Government Act, there will be one presentation for both bylaws, as bylaw 6447 is dependent upon bylaw 6446. The procedure will begin by calling on Genesis Molesky, community planner, to provide background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak to these bylaws will then be called upon. We'll ask 3 times if there's anyone else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed, and consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council following the public hearing. Now call on Ms. Molesky to provide the background to the case. The floor is yours, Ms. Molesky.
Thank you. This presentation will again provide the overview for 2 amendment applications. I will begin with bylaw 6446, a proposed amendment to the Specialist Offices Plan. The application is submitted by Wood Home Society with the purpose to remove the properties at 921 and 925 19th Street South from the plan area boundary of the Specialist Offices Plan. The plan boundary is located within the Victoria Park neighborhood, and it provides development guidance for the property surrounding the Chinook Regional Hospital. The bylaw in question today, 6447, would remove the parcel circled in green from the plan area as shown on the map on the right. Bylaw 6446 was adopted, or bylaw 6446 is intended to remove these properties from the plan. The Specialist Offices Plan was adopted in 2001 to regulate the demand for medical uses that were locating around the Chinook Regional Hospital. After this approval, there were a new set of rules that applied to the properties surrounding the hospital. These properties included a new land use district, which is called Specialist Offices District, or the PSO District. This PSO district allows single attached dwellings and medical surgical specialists, and it also identified these properties as suitable to be rezoned to this new district of PSO. The applicant wishes to operate a group home at this location, which is not in line with the policy found in the Specialist Offices Plan. For group homes to be allowed at this location, 2 amendments are required. Bylaw 6446, which removes these properties from the PSO or Specialist Offices Plan boundary, which allows these properties to be exempt from plan policies. And bylaw 6447, which I will present on in the second half of this presentation, would be the land use bylaw amendment that allows group homes as a permitted use. Bylaw 6447 aligns with SSRP policies related to increasing redevelopment and MDP policy related to removing barriers and providing development flexibility. Moving on to the second application, again for the same properties. The purpose of this application is to allow group homes as a permitted use, and this is achieved by rezoning from PSO, Specialist Office District, to direct control. Again, the property is within the Victoria Park neighborhood, and here's an aerial photograph showing the footprint of the buildings at this site and also the footprint of surrounding properties. Getting closer to the property, these photographs show the front of the buildings, the side of 925, and the rear of the buildings. Moving on to background evaluation and analysis, these properties were originally zoned low-density residential, and the existing single detached dwelling were used for residential purposes. After the specialist offices came into effect, these properties were rezoned to the new district I spoke about, the PSO district. And so at that point, the single attached dwellings were converted into specialist offices. Under the existing district, the PSO district, single attached dwellings are a permitted use, and for this reason, the specialist offices have been converted back to residences, and that's the current state of them. The proposed land use bylaw amendment would allow the existing buildings to be used as group homes. These maps demonstrate the existing versus proposed land use districts. You'll note that this site is mostly surrounded by low-density residential in light yellow. There are a few direct control bylaws that are all for medical offices, and the blue parcel is it's a Chinook Regional Hospital zoned public building. The direct control bylaw includes group homes as permitted use and carries forward the regulations found in the specialist office district. And this has been reviewed by city staff and no concerns have been identified. This proposal aligns with SSRP policies relating to housing and MDP policies related to the provision of range of housing options. In terms of how public hearing notification was provided, 19 public hearing notifications were mailed to property owners within 60 meters of the site, as demonstrated in the map on the screen. In addition to this, newspaper advertisements were published in the Lethbridge Herald during the dates listed here. There was prior engagement concluded, which include a pre-application open house where property owners within 200 meters were invited. There was also neighborhood association notification and ongoing email communication with open house attendees. In terms of the feedback I received one statement in support, which was not submitted for your agenda, and 2 statements in opposition, one which was submitted for the agenda. In conclusion, these bylaws align with the SSRP and the MDP, and it is recommended that this information is considered for the public hearing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Molesky. And the applicant, Woods Homes, is also here to make a presentation. Your floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if my name is on but it's Bjorn Johansson. I'm the CEO of Woods Homes. So
thank you very much.
So thank you. An honor to be here with you all today. So I think we have submitted this presentation, so I won't spend a lot of time, because I have 5 minutes, but I thought I'll just highlight a few things that are important. So as an organization, we are, sorry, my technology is not working. Okay, thank you. Okay, so just quickly, we are Children's Mental Health Center. And we are located across the province. We've been in Lethbridge for about 35 years. We have served this community. And the reason I bring this up is because we are, as a provincial organization, we have about 110 years of experience, especially in the model that we're talking about today, which is group care, which is really about living with children in a therapeutic environment. And what's important here is that we currently have children from Lethbridge who need to go to Calgary for support. And part of what's exciting with these 2 new buildings is that we're expanding these services here in Calgary, or in Lethbridge, so that children do not need to go to Calgary, or if they do, that they can come back quicker and be closer to their community and to their family. And so that is important. And the other thing is we offer currently 3 significant services already. One, which is just across the street here, which is the Lethbridge Opportunity Hub, which offers counseling and support with employment, as well as navigating and housing services. We also have run for over 10 years a youth shelter, an emergency shelter just here in downtown as well for over 10 years that serves children between 12 and 17 with a lot of success in that service as well. So as you heard today, we are looking at shifting this zoning for us to be able to run 5 beds in one of those houses and 4 beds in the other. And so what's important here is that we are licensed by the provincial government to offer group care services. We are also, this service itself of these 2 homes is fully funded by the Ministry of Children and Family Services. So in the winter of this year, the province put out a new procurement or a tender for more beds in group care across the province. And so we were one of the successful organizations. So, it has been a strategic time for us to look at how to find the right kinds of environments for kids to live in the community. And so I want to talk a little bit about these 2, maybe just show you these pictures here. So as you heard, these were run as doctor's offices before, which was an advantage for us because they were built fairly strongly, had technology embedded, so we had cameras already that look outside of the community. We also strategically really like this property, partly because it's on a corner. One of our neighbors, of course, is also the hospital and has parking for over 10 staff. So this program will, between these two houses, have 20 staff that work there 24 hours a day. So we run shifts at night. There's our lowest shift, which is 2 staff per house, so that's 4 staff, and then in the daytime anywhere between 3 and 5 staff. So it is a highly supportive environment. And the reason for that is that we are both running as counselors, but we also are parents. So these are our children in our neighborhoods who, for whatever reason, their families are struggling, sometimes with big issues, addiction and violence in their home, and children can't be home, or other times children themselves are struggling themselves to be able to be at home. So this is a service that spans about 6 months to a year, with the goal of kids returning either back to their family or going back into some kind of permanency. And so that's really, really important. And so we are very excited of this service now being expanded here in Lethbridge. So the houses themselves, as you can see in the pictures, really have now been renovated as homes, kitchens. One of the programs has 5 bedrooms, the other has 4. And the reason we're talking about 2 homes, just really quickly, is that we are looking at different ages. So we sometimes have kids as young as 6, 7, 8, which we don't want to be with an older population, as well as we at times have kids who need, and families who need support very quickly, so they can come in, maybe in a week or 2, the crisis gets stable and they go back home, and other kids that need a bit longer term commitment. So the flexibility of having the 2 houses side by side is a big advantage for us. Okay, so my last slide here, so when we talk about group care, it is a therapeutic environment. Our staff, you heard a lot today about what does training mean. So our staff are trained in child development, in trauma-informed practice, as well as trained in how to deal with behavior and crisis. Those are core trainings for all of our staff. Most of our staff are either social workers, child and youth care workers, or have a background in psychology. And our environment is like any other house. You get up in the morning, you go to bed. What happens in the daytime, these kids will be going to school. They will be having staff who are going to accompanying them and wherever they go, as well as recreation. Many of these kids have not had a sense of belonging in their community, so this is a community service itself. So highly staffed, and it's not a basic housing. It is a treatment center. There are goals for families, goals for those kids. Those get reviewed regularly, and with the goal of having success and moving on. Okay. So thank you very much for letting us talk today.
Appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. Is there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation to either of these matters? I'm going to say come forward and state your name, but in this place before. Go ahead.
I've been here. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I would like to express my support for Woods Homes for their youth housing. We are a neighbor to Woods Homes, to their shelter in the downtown core. And they're great neighbors. We've been their neighbor for 10 years. Since we bought that property, we have no problems with any issues with their youth, with it being a shelter, which is a huge accomplishment in my opinion. Shelters are, I'm learning, very difficult to run. And Woods Homes does an excellent job with those youth. They don't disrupt the neighborhood. They don't bother anyone. They come, they go. And secondly, Woods Homes, and this is why I support the program, not only do we need supportive housing, but Woods Homes specifically says what they do and does what they say, which makes a huge difference, because as a affordable housing and as a social housing provider, I think that it's important for us to support each other when we stand and stand by the same principles. We are a funder of Woods Homes. They do an excellent job. They meet their KPIs. They do what they say they're going to do with those. And I think my colleague Kayla will speak more to that. But I would strongly urge you to support this, because if we can get more kiddos help when they are a youth, there will be the less people at the shelter where they're more susceptible. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. And I'm going to say, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? It sounds like, yes. Kayla, you're up next.
Good evening, Kayla Pedrasky. I am the Director of Homelessness Support with Lethbridge Housing Authority CEO, or CBO, and we've been funding Woods Homes since April 1st of this year for a youth case management program. What we know with the stats is that youth who experience homelessness experience it usually have their first instance before the age of 16, so any opportunities to provide housing for youth to break that cycle of homelessness early are going to be phenomenal in the later years and keeping these folks out of the shelter later on in life. As Robin said, they meet their KPIs, they do what they say they're going to do, and we are just incredibly pleased with the work that they have been doing since April. They make a big impact in the kiddos' lives that they support. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Ms. Pedrasky. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this? For a second time, anyone else that wishes to speak to this? And a third and final time, is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters, and I do have Councillor Middleton Hope.
Thank you. So this would be, I guess, a question to Mr. Bjornson. Bjornson, did I get you right? In the presentation, Mr. Bjornson, it says that you'll be providing 17 full-time trained staff. You indicated that there'll be 20. And the reason that I'm concerned about the discrepancy in numbers is your ability to be able to staff, as you've indicated, 4 positions, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you able to do that? And is it 20 or is it 17?
Yeah, my apology. It is 20.
Okay.
We have just started the service, so we figured out a way to. We have no concern about staffing it.
Okay.
We have hired. We have. If you went just across the street right now, we have 7 more staff being trained right now. So we have. So we can run with. We know 17 staff, but we decided that we through our budget, which is complicated, that we wanted to start with 20 as we got used to this service. So it is 20. So that was really in the last 2 days. I created the presentation with last week. So yes.
Okay, one secondary question then. All the renovations have been completed, is that correct?
Yes.
And those were completed before zone change?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we know we can run each home with 3 beds. So we.
Asking for zoning approval. Okay.
And Ms. Gehring is there to be able to answer any.
So under the previous bylaw, they were allowed to have single detached dwellings as an allowable use. So the renovations were completed under that use, a single detached dwelling.
Okay.
For a group home, they don't need to make any changes.
Okay, so there's no conflict with this proposal to amend?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the question. We took a lot of risk here, and the province has been, quick to want these services up and running. So we have moved on very quickly. So they are beautiful spaces. So
Good.
thank you.
Thank you.
I see no further questions in the queue. So hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. The matter may be decided later this afternoon following this public hearing, which, guess what? It's later this afternoon. All right. Come on. Come on. Thank you.
You've got 3 minutes. It goes very fast.
All right. I have a resolution from Councillor Palladino, Bylaw 6446, Statutory Plan Bylaw 5115, Amendment regarding 921 and 925 19th Street South. For second reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6446, Statutory Bylaw 5115, Amendment re 921 and 925 19th Street South be given second reading. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Earlier today, we approved a daycare for 95 kids. I think we can support this project for 9 more. So I will call for the vote.
That's your debate?
That's my debate.
That is the debate. All right. With that, question's been called. All in favor?
How can you argue with that?
That is unanimous. And for a third reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6446, Statutory Plan Bylaw 5115, Amendment re 921 and 925 19th Street South be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Palladino.
I'll call for the question.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now, for 6447, land use bylaw regarding 921 19th Street South. Now, we know this is be resolved that bylaw 6447, land use bylaw amendment 921 and 925 19th Street South be given a second reading. Now, we just added these together. Can you help me understand why this is exactly the same?
One we took it out of the plan, and this one is actually the zoning.
One comes out of the specialist office.
Sorry, thank you. All right, for a second read, Councillor Palladino.
Call the question.
See, self-explanatory.
Question's been called. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And for a third reading, be resolved that bylaw 6447, land use bylaw amendment 921 and 925, 19th Street South, be given third reading, and the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign the same. Councillor Palladino.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? That passed. Thank you very much. And we will take a break. It is 6 o'clock. Have a motion from Councillor Carlson to go in closed. All in favor?
There we go. That way, if we talk about nothing, we come back and say we're back in.
Thank you. All right, I have a resolution here from Councillor Palladino, closed meeting, labor negotiations update, verbal 14.1. Be resolved, the City Council direct the closed meeting discussion with respect to the labor negotiations update, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to Section 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Palladino.
Thank you.
Question has been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have a, well. Jeff?
Yes, sir. What about, oh, I gotta read it because
What?
you're sponsoring it? Oh, thank you. From, moved by Mayor Higgin, 14.2, HR matter coming out of close. Be it resolved that council, 1, approve the contract presented in confidential attachment A and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign and execute the contract. 2, direct that the closed meeting discussions and attachment A with respect to human resource matter remain confidential pursuant to section 17. Do I have to read that? 19, 24, 29 of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. 3, direct administration to proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session. Mr. Mayor.
Question.
You have to ask for being in favor.
Yeah, I just saw Councillor Palladino lit up. All in favor?
I could have had 2 hands.
Yes.
I surrender.
Any opposed? Thank you. Sorry, I just didn't know why Councillor Palladino was lit up, so I thought he was going to speak.
Oh, you're lit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, to have a resolution here from Councillor Parker, closed meeting 2018 to 2022 operational review update. Be resolved, the City Council direct administration to proceed with confidential direction provided in closed session and we got a spelling there, but that's all right. Further, be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting reports, documents, and discussion with respect to 2018 to 2022 operational review update remain confidential pursuant to Section 23 local public body conferences, 24 advice from officials, and 25 harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Parker.
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. I think you were good, Acting Mayor. I didn't see your hand.
Yes, I did.
All right. All right. Councillor Dodick, closed meeting, lease opportunity, park and ride 14.4. Be resolved, the City Council direct administration proceed with the confidential direction provided in closed session, and further be resolved that City Council direct that the closed meeting reports, documents, and discussion with respect to the lease opportunity remain confidential pursuant to Section 23 local public body conferences and 24 advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Dodick. Question been called. All in favor? And that's unanimous as well. Thank you. 14.6, which is the sports. And 14.6, which is removed from the consent agenda, moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. You're going to vote against it.
I still sponsor and vote against things. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
All right. Moved by Councillor Schmidt-Rempel. Naming rights renewal agreement. Be it resolved that City Council. City Council approve the sponsorship name for the Lethbridge Sportsplex as outlined in the confidential report in accordance with the Council Policy CC70 sponsorship naming rights and advertising policy, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement on behalf of the City of Lethbridge and upon the completion of the procurement process. And number 2, direct that the closed meeting discussion with respect to the naming rights agreement, Lethbridge Sportsplex, remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, business interests of a third party, 23, local public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Schmidt-Rempel.
I'll call for the vote.
Question is called. All in favor? So, let's do, okay, hold them up. All in favor? Okay.
Who's the fifth? I only saw 4.
Campbell, Hagan, Parker, Palladino, and Middleton Hope. And those opposed, which would be the other 4. Opposed. I thought you, but.
So then we have
Okay, next is City Council updates. Are there any City Council updates? All right, Councillor Crowson.
I just got to find my document here. I think as some of you know, I was at a meeting at Picture Butte last Monday, and Minister Scow was there. Now, I was there on behalf of the Lethbridge Historical Society because they were looking at their tourism, et cetera, and I was there on that behalf. So I tried not to speak as a politician, so I had to bite my tongue, but I took copious notes. And one of the things that came out was the great value of tourism to this province and to this government. After oil and gas and agriculture, it is the third largest industry, of course, and it really bothers the government, that $1.2 billion spending deficit between Alberta and BC. So, of course, $1.2 billion is going to BC from Alberta tourists and not coming the other way. And so there was conversation about how we're missing out. And the one thing of special interest probably to members of this committee or council is the conversation around the need to expand air access, partnering with WestJet and other groups, and minimum frictionless access and transportation was mentioned a few times. So just something to keep in mind as we're working on the airport plan and how it fits into tourism. And the need to create products. One of the things looking at is creating products within private tourism. So there's a lot more that I have kind of noted down, but just one of those things that Lethbridge has to really think about as we're looking into tourism and developing our tourism strategies is the importance of tourism in Alberta right now and how that industry is going to be developing and how we wish to position ourselves as part of that.
Awesome. Thank you. Administrative inquiries, we do have two that will be coming back next week from Councillor Schmidt-Rempel regarding e-bikes and e-scooters and tree replacement program. So that will be coming forward at our next meeting. Oh, Councillor Carlson.
On that, Your Worship, just because we are on a bit of a hiatus, I just like saying that word, it's like haiku. Is it possible when, Mr. City Manager, when those responses are crafted, to just email them out to council rather than have to wait 6 weeks? Because some of the, by 6 weeks, the scooters will be bye-bye. And yeah. The trees are already dead. Yeah, so I'm just, I just wonder, rather than waiting 6 weeks for it to...
Yes, we could do that. I was just thinking of the public aspect of it. So we could email it out and then put it on the agenda just for the next meeting, but council would have it in advance of that.
Thank you.
Yep. Somebody remember that.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton Hope.
Just in regards to the e-bikes and so forth, I'd like to know what, and perhaps we can leave this question for another time, but I'd like to know what the contract looks like. Are we into it for another 2 years, another 3 years? Have we only got it for a year? Where are the bikes? Yeah, well, I mean, there's a whole series of issues in regards to performance that I think need to be answered.
Clarifying question. The scooter contract, you mean?
Yep. The e-bikes.
Well, in the I'm looking at Ms. Gehring. The update that's provided will just include some of that information in the response as far as the term and conditions of the contract.
Yeah, and there's a review process.
I don't see any issue with that. Yep. Yeah, those would be within the contract.
All right. With that, we are adjourned until the council meeting is adjourned until September 17th.